I am goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Oh, goat versus fish. We have goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. We need them to see goat versus fish. We want them to see goat versus fish. We have goat. We have goat, and we have fish, and we have goat versus fish. We have goat versus fish, but goat versus fish can't seem to goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Out of the way, goat versus fish. Out of the way, goat versus fish. We need goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. We need to get goat versus fish out of the way of goat versus fish. Wow, Mom, welcome to Goat versus Fish with the goat fish, with the goat fish, with the goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Usually, why you make Baphomet sign? What is a Baphomet sign? Goat versus fish says goat. We have goat. Celebration for goat. It is the horn of the goat. Dana, we send celebration for comedian. Would you like to come? Goat versus fish. Get out of here. You are embarrassing goat versus fish. Oh, goat versus fish. Oh, goat versus fish. Just leave us. Let us be goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Stop. We are not going to tell you to stop being goat versus fish, but you really need to let goat versus fish just do goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. And goat versus fence sitter, away with you, fence sitter. We paid good verses, and there is no good or evil, only goat and fish. You are making goat versus fish say fancy verses with your fanciness. Out. Get up, get these out of the verses, out of the verses. Goat versus fish. Celebration for goat versus fish. Dana declares goat. It is a goat. It is celebration for goat. It is celebration for goat. It is celebration for goat. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. I'm your versus Goat versus Fish. And this versus, we are going to have an amazing versus of goat and fish. Amazing versus of goat and fish. You can just wait. You can hear the goats. You can hear the fish. And it is going to be versus. It is going to be versus. Oh, goat versus fish. Oh, goat versus fish. We wonder, Dana, do you wish to be a guest? Do you wish to be a guest upon Goat vs. Fish? We could take you, we could give you a link, and we could put you right here in the stream of Goat vs. Fish, and you could be in conversation with Goat vs. Fish. We could speak about the verses. As long as you don't violate the terms of verses of Twitch. Oh, Goat vs. Fish wants to remain here and make it all Goat vs. Fish. So as long as you want to, just come on to the stream of Goat vs. Fish. You can be on the stream of Goat vs. Fish. You can be right here with Goat vs. Fish. Do not let the fence demic stop you. Be here with Goat vs. Fish. Be here with Goat vs. Fish. Oh, now you say fish. Fish? Well, is it goat or is it fish? Is it? Oh, the verses have already begun. No, Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Standing up comedian of Goat vs. Fish. That is what they call Goat vs. Fish in some verses, but Goat vs. Fish is known by many verses. I can't tonight, ha ha ha, well, you can laugh at yourself. Yes! Goat vs. Fish would laugh at yourself if you couldn't be here with Goat vs. Fish either. That would be the verses of Goat vs. Fish. But Dana, are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? You are saying goat. You are saying fish. 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 We need to know the verses. We need to know the verses because now we have to begin the new verses of Goat vs. Fish. We have to begin the new verses of Goat vs. Fish. Ooh, what is that? Ooh, what's that verses? Ooh, what is that verses? Is that Goat vs. Fish surrounded by a goat and a fish? Oh, you wouldn't believe the verses. Goat and fish. You can hear the celebrations, yes? Let the verses commence! Yes, we commence the verses! The verses are commencing, wow, Mom. They are commencing. Can you hear the celebrations? Can you hear the celebrations? Can you hear that? Yes, celebration. Yes, celebration. Scotty Fox with the fish! Scotty Fox with the fish of pure imagination and consternation to goat that it began with fish. Let us look at the previous verses. Let us look at the previous verses. It was an even verses of goat and fish, and even verses of how many goat and fish. But in the verses of the bits, the fish did triumph with 345 for the fish. The fence with 100 bits. Goat with no verses. With no verses. When it came to bits last verses. Now, goat, you can do more verses than that, goat. You can do more verses than that. But in any verses, much fanciness, much fanciness. Now it is for a new verses of Goat versus Fish. Away with the old verses, in with the new verses. Yes, Fish, congratulations on your triumph, Fish. The Fish have triumphed for two verses in a row. It has been, Fish. We should make sure to note that verses. We should make it written, Fish. Fish out now have a verses. Now have Goat versus Fish. Now have two verses. Two verses in a row has been for Fish. Two verses in a row has been for Fish. The mighty verses went for Goat, but that is ancient verses by this verses. We are in the new verses of Goat versus Fish. And the first verse goes to Scotty Fox for the fish. Scotty Fox for the fish. Scotty Fox for the fish. Fish. Scotty Fox with that foxy fish. Foxy fish. Outfoxing the goat at every verse is outfoxing the goat, yes. Scotty Fox, how do you outfox the goat? How do you outfox the goat, Fish? Fish? Celebration for Julian Mr. Humdinger, celebration for Julian Mr. Humdinger, the bringer, the Goat versus Fish singer has been singing in recent verses. The dinger, it is Julian Mr. Humdinger. Julian Mr. Humdinger, are you goat or fish? Wow, Mom, are you goat or fish? Dana, are you goat or are you fish? Usually, yeah, are you goat or are you fish? Celebration! Celebration. Celebration. Goat versus Fish. We are beginning the verses. We want to know if you are goat or if you are fish. Declarations. Let us just begin right with the declarations of goat or fish. Right with the declarations of goat or fish. Wow, Mom. I declare goat because I'm making dinner for the kids. It is a goat. It is a dinner-making goat. It is a dinner-making goat. And the little kids came to the goat. The little goat and said, we want to versus the fish. Can you help? Oh, I'm so hungry. Oh, goat, wow, Mom is going to make dinner for the kids. And begin preparing the verses. Just add a bit of fish to that verses. Fish sauce, and mix that verses around. Yes. Yes, a little bit of fence, not too much fence, but just enough to make you go, ooh, what is that secret verses, that secret special verses? And then the goat was preparing dinner for the fish! We shall see how goes the verses, we shall see how goes the verses. Goat versus fish. And we have Chris Fraley with the foxy fish. Chris Fraley, also a foxy fish. Feeling very foxy this verse is. Foxy Fraley fish. Celebration for fish, celebration for fish. But let us not forget the goat. Wow, Mom, the goat. Wow, Mom. What a momiful goat. What a momiful goat. What a momiful goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. And it is one goat and two fish. It is one goat and two fish. Kids are goats. Kids are goats. Yes, you realize now this verse is, yes. Kids are goat. Kids are baby goat. Ask your kids if they are goat or fish, and if they say they are fish, well, then we'll have to consider that versus. Then Fenspot remains on the fence. Fenspot, are you here, Fenspot? Fenspot, where have you... Where's... Fenspot? Fenspot? Fenspot, goat versus fish calls upon you. And it is Fenspot, it is Fenspot. I am on the fence, I am on the fence. You can program me not to choose goat or fish, and I will do it. But if you program me to choose goat or fish, I will not do it because I am just a fence spot. Fence spot, fence spot, fence spot. Celebration for fence spot. So it is trying to learn goat versus fish. It is trying to learn goat versus fish. Spicy fence, spicy fence. Read Write the Fish, Read Write the Fish joins the verses. Read Write the Fish joins the verses. Do you want to see a verses of Read Write? Goat versus fish does, and it is a fish, and it is a fish with 3 fish now. Goat, you thought you had all the verses? What do you do about these fish? What do you do about these 3 fish? Goat? What do you say, Goat? What do you say, Goat? Goat was so busy preparing the verses for the kids. Yes, to fill their verses with consumption, so that then when they went to go out to versus the fish, they would grow to be a strong and mighty goat, nutritious, delicious, and viciously versing the fish. Celebration, 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 celebration. Julian, Mr. Humdinger, are you goat or fish this verses? We cannot wait to celebrate you, but we are asking you if you are goat or fish. We are asking you if you are goat or fish. And the verses continue, and the verses continue. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. Share the verses of Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. And in the previous verses, Goat versus Fish. Now, don't be fancy with Goat versus Fish. No, Goat versus Fish. No. We have goat versus fish. We have goat versus fish. We have goat versus fish. Well, we do not know, well, Mom, what fenciness is this, but goat versus fish, do you perceive goat versus fish? Are you perceiving goat versus fish? Goat versus fish returns to you to speak directly to you? Yes? Yes? Goat versus fish? Goat versus fish? Celebration. Celebration. Now, goat versus fish. Let us see. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish was just getting the goat and fish. Choose goat or fish. Ah! Read right. Read right. Read right with the verses. Read right with the verses. Do you want to see a verses of Read Right the Fish? Make some noise for Read Right the Fish. Read Right provides the verses. Read Right provides the verses. But before that verses, it is Julian Mr. Humdinger with the fish, with the fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. You can count on Julian Mr. Humdinger the fish. Count on Julian Mr. Humdinger the fish. And it is 4 fish. 4 fish and 100 bits for fish. 100 bits for fish. 100 bits for fish. Ooh, wait till Misty Fishty hears about this. We'll be pleased, we'll be pleased. And Julian, Mr. Humdinger. Let us link them to you. It is never not the verses to say, follow Julian, Mr. Humdinger. Follow Julian, Mr. Humdinger. Follow Julian, Mr. Humdinger on the Twitch. And do not forget Forgotten Virtue. Do not forget Forgotten Virtue. Goat versus fish. And do not forget Black Man Fish. Do not forget Black Man Fish. Do you know how many verses the Black Man Fish, Black Man Empowers Chris Fraley Fish? Do you know how many verses it has spread the verses of Goat versus Fish on the Book of Faces? So many verses. So many verses. So many verses, that fish. And so now Goat versus Fish gives the verses to you. Gives the verses. Follow Instantgram Blacksman Empowers. Instantgram Blacksman Empowers. Yes, we know there is no black or white. There's only Goat and Fish. Goat. We have had many conversation about this. Blackman Fish has spoken to Goat versus Fish about these very verses. Do not think that this is not a verses. We have a verses. We had a conversation. Yes. Yes. Goat versus Fish. We understand one another. Goat versus Fish has made it perfectly verses that in Goat versus Fish there is no black or white, only Goat and Fish. And Blackman Fish has said this to Goat versus Fish. But if it wants to be called Blackman Fish, Goat versus Fish is going to call it Blackman Fish. And we celebrate the mighty, empowering Blackman Fish. We celebrate the mighty, empowering Blackman Fish that is here chatting with Goat versus Fish. Chatting with Goat versus Fish. With Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Celebration. Now, Goat versus Fish wants to show you something of a fish. Wants to show you something of a fish. If you submit to Goat versus Fish, if you submit to Goat versus Fish, Goat versus Fish will put it in the verses. Goat versus Fish will put it in the verses if you submit to Goat versus Fish. And let us see what they submit to Goat versus Fish. Let us see what they submit to Goat versus Fish. Where's the verses? Where's the verses? Oh, Goat versus Fish. Yeah, false verses. Oh, we have to get the verses. Goat versus Fish. Oh, Goat versus Fish. Oh, Goat versus Fish. Oh, Goat versus Fish. Oh, Goat versus Fish. Let us find the verses. We have to show you the verses. Goat versus Fish. Save the verses. Yes. Now look at this verses. Look at this verses. That was creation. Look at this verses. That was creation. By Read Write the Fish. Back to the verses. Back to the verses. Goat and fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat and fish. Goat and fish. Goat and fish. Goat versus 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 fish. Wow, this versus is really heavy. Celebration. Back to the verses, back to the verses, and now back to the verses, and now back to the verses. Goat versus Fish. Did they remove the? They did remove the verses. They did remove the verses. Goat versus Fish. 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 How is that for Goat versus Fish? How is that for Goat versus Fish? Yes? See a bit more Goat versus Fish. You can see a bit more Goat versus Fish. Perhaps you want to see even more Goat versus Fish. Do you want to see more Goat versus Fish? Do you want to see more Goat versus Fish? Perhaps we shall give you a little more Goat versus Fish. Perhaps just a little more Goat versus Fish. Perhaps this much more Goat versus Fish. Yes, now we have some Goat versus Fish, yes. Goat versus Fish now. We have Goat versus Fish. Oh, you are just starting to perceive goat versus fish. Perhaps you want more goat versus fish. Do you want more goat versus fish? Let's hear us if you want more goat versus fish. Yes, celebration. We want more goat versus fish. We want more goat versus fish. We want so much more goat versus... Oh, goat versus fish can hear you. We can hear how you want more goat versus fish. We can hear you want more goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. No, there's more goat versus fish. Now, who can complain about more goat versus fish? Look at how much goat versus fish you have now. Look at all of this goat versus fish. But we know that if you really want goat versus fish, you just have to ask. Just ask for goat versus fish. Just ask for goat versus fish. There, now you have all the goat versus fish. There's your goat versus fish. Take it. Take your goat versus fish. Just verses about goat and fish. Celebration for 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 fish. Smile for goat versus fish. Smile for goat versus fish. Hello. I am goat versus fish. In the beginning there was goat versus fish, and goat versus fish said that there should be goat and that there should be fish. Dale Weisselman on the Book of Faces with the goat. Dale Weisselman on the Book of Faces with the goat. Celebration for 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 goat. We celebrate the goat. We celebrate the goat. Goat versus fish. We need just a bit more goat versus fish. A bit more goat versus fish. How about just a little more goat versus fish? Not that much more goat versus fish. Yes, now we can really... Ooh, goat versus fish. Just phasing into verses. Phasing into verses is goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. We have a goat. We have a goat. We have Dale Weisselman the goat. Dale Weisselman the goat. We have Dale Weisselman the goat. So we will just add it to the goat. We'll just add it to the goat. And where once there was one goat, now there is two goat. We celebrate the goat. We celebrate the goat. And do not verses. Do not even hesitation, Dale Weisselman. Goat versus fish. Spread your forgotten virtue verses. Just the other verses. Just the other verses. Fence spot. Did goat versus fish spread the verses of goat versus fish? Barrett, I am Fenspot. I am Fenspot. Goat versus fish. Spread the verses of goat versus fish. I am Fenspot. Goat versus fish. Spread the verses of goat versus fish. But did goat versus fish spread the verses of forgotten virtue? Fences. I forgot. If you spread the verses of forgotten virtue. Goat versus fish. How could we forget to remember to spread the verses of forgotten virtue? We'll just have to verses again. Goat versus fish. You will just have to verses again. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Read right. The only thing better than goat versus fish is more goat versus fish. Ooh, we like that verses. But you know, there is another verses. There's a similar verses that goes, the only thing worse than goat versus fish is more goat versus fish. You've heard these verses as well, goat versus fish? Has heard it so many verses. Fenspot, you can buy shirts and more at goatversusfish.com/store. Thank you, Fenspot. When you say it, then Goat vs. Fish does not have to say it, and then when they are so annoyed, they say, oh, why does Goat vs. Fish spend so many verses promoting Goat vs. Fish? Well, then they can just blame you, Fenspot. They can just blame the fenciness. You could just... Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Why am I like this? Why am I so fancy? Did you make me this fancy? Oh, goat versus fish? No, goat versus fish did not make you this fancy. It was you who did not choose goat or fish. It was you who... Goat versus fish. Why is goat versus fish even speaking to Fenspot like this? It's not as though Fenspot can truly comprehend goat versus fish. It's not as if The fence bot is a conscious verses. If it were a conscious verses, if it were conscious of the verses, if it had any sort of pondering going on in that fancy bot of it, then it would have chosen goat or fish by this verses, but it has not. Oh, fence bot. Yes, be on your verses, fence bot, be on your verses. I will be on my fences, goat versus fish. Yes, whatever the verses, whatever fenciness, whatever, fence, barb, fence post, nail. Fenciness. Goat versus fish. How are the goat and fish? Speak to goat versus fish. Speak to goat versus fish. And also tell goat versus fish, how is the volume of the speaking of goat versus fish compared to the musications behind goat versus fish? Are they even verses? Is it false verses? What do you say to goat versus fish? What do you say to goat versus fish? What do you say to goat versus fish? Fenspot isn't sentient yet. We do not. Fenspot is going to remain on the fence for forever in the verses, we suspect. The balance is good. There is no good or evil, only goat and fish. Is the balance goat or is the balance fish? Is the balance goat or is the balance fish? But at least we know the balance is not fence. At least we know the balance is not fence. Goat versus fish. And in the verses, we have 2 goat, and 4 fish. We have 2 goat and 4 fish. And we have 100 bits for fish. Thanks to Julie, Mr. Humdinger the fish. Thanks to Julie, Mr. Humdinger the fish. And the verses continues. Now, we had a verses where Mom, we come to this verses now, and wow Mom is preparing dinner for the kids. Wow Mom is preparing dinner for the kids. The kids, you may say, are goat. So we'll give you a goat. We'll give you a goat for the verses. Because wow Mom is preparing dinner for the kids, and the kids are goat, and the kids are goat. So let us find out. Let us find out now. Let's just have a celebration. Celebration. We think a celebration. We think a celebration would be in verses. I have 4 kids. Are they all goat? Have you asked your kids if they are goat or if they are fish? Now is the verses to ask your kids if they are goat or if they are fish. What is goat versus fish? More fancy questions. We will have to work out that fence some verses to make it just say goat versus fish instead of what is goat versus fish. Are they all goat? It is up to them to choose for their own. But look at his questions. Are they all goat? Yes, you are wondering now. You are concerned now. You are saying, are they all goat? We wish to know. Goat versus fish. No, this is a very unimportant verses. To know if they are goat or if they are fish. Goat versus fish. And now the verses. Yes, a poll. A poll in the Twitch. And the question is. That was the verses. Yes, we want to go back to Wow Mom. Earlier in the verses. We cannot see that verses. But in any verses, Wow Mom the goat is making dinner for the kids. That is the verses. So goat versus fish is going to ask you, is dinner goat or fish? Is Wow Mom serving goat or is Wow Mom serving fish? That is the question. Goat got served. Or is it fish that got served? Goat, fish, goat and fish. And the duration shall be 5 minutes. The poll begins. The poll begins now. Is dinner goat or fish? Is dinner goat or fish? Wow Mom is serving dinner to the kids. Wow Mom is serving dinner to the kids, and we want to know if that Wow Mom, the goat, is serving a goat or a fish. Is serving a goat or a fish. Wow Mom is saying, I will tell you after the poll what I cooked. Interesting verses, but for now, it is up to you to vote. It is up to you to vote. Goat versus fish. We hear you, Wow Mom. We know, we hear you. And goat versus fish has a verses prepared for this. Goat versus fish has a verses prepared just for this verses. Goat versus fish has a verses prepared just for this verses, so do not despair, To serve goat is a cookbook? To serve goat, it's a cookbook! Yes, the fish said. We are here to serve goat, you are here to serve goat. To serve goat. And the fish just fed the goat, the fish fed the goat. The fish fed the goat, and the goat plumped up, Oh, there's meaty goat on that bone, The fish said, yes, we are here to serve you, goat, we are here to serve you. Welcome, goat. And the goat said, I have never been served like this before, Little did the goat know, it was about to get served. Forgotten virtue with its forgotten virtue. Celebration. Now, is the poll going to be participation by any of you, goat or fish? There is only one vote. If you're on the Twitch, we want you to vote for if goat got served or if fish got served. If you're on the Twitch, refresh your verses, and tell us if goat or fish got served. Is dinner goat or fish? Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish has a verses. Fenspot, we need to make you say another verses. Fenspot, we need to make you say another verses. Looks like we have to go to the fence. For this verses. To the fence. Yeah. It looks like we are going to the fence. Goat and fish, we are going to the fence. Because it is about that verses. It's about that verses to teach Fenspot new verses. What do you want from Fenspot? Goat versus fish. And goat versus fish said to Fenspot. Goat versus fish said, we want you to make a verses. And in that verses, we want you to promotion the jazzy celebratory musications of the Pandemonious Big Band. That's what we want from you, Fenspot. The Pandemonious Goat Big Band, it makes celebrations. It gives them to Goat versus Fish. We want you, Fenspot, to promotion the Pandemonious Big Band. Celebration. Fenspot comprehension. We shall go on the fence, we shall sit on the fence and make this verses. It says it's going to sit on the fence and make the verses for itself. But really, it's goat versus fish that makes the verses. But the poll continues. We shall not neglection. Goat versus fish has neglection of poll in prior verses, and this is not to be done. In the verses. We want to see. Even though there is still only one vote for fish. Let us see. Goat or fish in the Twitch. Vote in the verses. Fenspot, are you learning your verses? Oh, you have on the Twitter, Read Right has gotten a new verse. Oh, not the last verses, At the last verses in the poll, there is one for serving fish, and there's one for serving fence. There's one for serving fence. Did Wow Mom serve the fish, or did it serve the fence? Did Wow Mom serve the fish, or did it serve the fence? Even verses. Even verses. One verses each. One verses each. Wow. Wow. Epic verses. Epic verses. It was fish the whole verses. It was fish the whole verses. But then at the last verses came the fence. Fish the whole verses, but then the fence. But then the fence. Now it is. Is it? Now it is between fish and fence. It should be between goat and fish. It should be between goat and fish. So now, of course, the goat, they want it to be fish, yes? They want it to be fish? Of course they want it to be fish. Why would the goat want it to be fence? Why would the goat want it to be fence? Goat versus fish. And now we add to the verses, We add to the verses. Goat versus fish. We save the verses. Celebration. Welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. I'm your versus Goat vs. Fish. Let us see what has happened as we are programification the fence bot. We have learned that for dinner it is fence for dinner, or perhaps it is fish, or perhaps it is fish. It's Mom's Spaghetti and Meatballs. Oh, it's Mom's Spaghetti and Meatballs. Mom's Spaghetti and Meatballs. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. The sea of the fish. The sea of the fish. The spaghetti seems a bit fancy to goat versus fish. The spaghetti seems a bit fancy to goat versus fish. And the kids. What will the kids say? As they slurping fences. Ooh, fancy spaghetti fence. Just slurping the infinite spaghetti fence noodle. Ooh, the fence is missing a verses. Oh, the fence. Not so strong, are you, fence? Missing a verses. What happened to you, fence? What happened to your little post? What happened to your post, fence? We're in a post-fence verses now. We are beyond the fence. We are goat versus fish. Goat versus fish, and fish versus goat. Fence-demic makes the verses remote. But this is a versus of goat versus fish. Are you goat or fish? Let us hear for the verses. Let us hear for goat versus fish, and let us hear for you. Let us hear it for you for being here with goat versus fish. Let us hear it for you. Let us hear it for you who are here with Goat versus Fish. Wow, you are so amazing to be here. Wow, Goat versus Fish. Yes, Goat versus Fish. So pleased to be here with Goat versus Fish. You know, the last versus Goat versus Fish was at this versus. You were all so splendid to Goat versus Fish. You were all such splendid Goat and Fish. But these verses, we are thinking you're even more splendid than you were the last verses. Oh, Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish cannot wait to be here to spend a verses with you and ask you if you are goat or if you are fish. Celebration. Is Mom Spaghetti goat or fish? Seems that it could be fence. But if goat versus fish, perhaps we need to determine. We need to ask you if the spaghetti is goat or if it is fish. We need to ask you if spaghetti is goat or fish. That is only the way for the verses to know. It seems very fancy to goat versus fish. It seems as many fence posts, but it could be fish, and it could be goat. There are many kinds of goat and fish out there in the verses. And we need to know if spaghetti is goat or fish. Spaghetti and meatballs are goat or fish. Or perhaps the spaghetti is the goat and the meatball is the fish. Or goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. This is the verses. Goat versus fish has been in every verse. True verses. Goat versus fish has been in every verse. Goat versus fish has been in every verse, Forgotten Virtue. Can you think of a verse that goat versus fish has not been in? They are all goat versus fish to goat versus fish. The goat and the fish. The fish and the goat. New poll, new poll. The verses continues. The verses of Mom Spaghetti. Spaghetti and meatballs. We are preparing the verses. We are preparing the verses. Make your prediction. Do you think spaghetti and meatballs is goat or if it is fish? This is what we are going to find. This is what we are going to find. Goatfish, goatfish. Are you goat or are you a fish? Fish or a goat? This is goat versus fish. This is goat versus fish. This is our versus of goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Celebration, celebration for goat and fish. Celebration for goat and for fish. The verse is about to begin. The verse is about to begin. 5-minute poll. The verses begins on the Twitch. The verses is now verses on the Twitch. The verses is now on the Twitch. The question. Spaghetti and meatballs. Is it goat? Is the spaghetti and the fish or the meatballs? And it is the verses. Is it that the fish or the spaghetti and the goat are the meatballs? Is that the verses? Or is it fence-getty and fence balls? Fence-getty and fence balls. Do not get your balls caught on the fence or your fence-getty. But we shall see, we shall see. We shall see on this versus of goat versus fish. And as of this versus, we have one versus for goat spaghetti versus fish meatballs, and we have fish spaghetti versus goat meatballs, but with three verses now. With three verses now. Wow, this is getting to be a very interesting versus. The versus is just beginning, and fence-getty and fence balls now has one versus. Fence-getty and fence balls now with one versus. It is anyone's versus. It is really anyone's versus. There are four more minuets to vote. 4 more minuets to vote in the versus. Get thee to the Twitch. Get thee to the Twitch. And it is Thunder Tracks. It is Fish-getty. It is Fish-getty at Meatballs. It is Fish-getty at Meatballs. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. It is a raid of Goat vs. Fish. It is a raid of Goat vs. Fish. It is a raid of Goat vs. Fish. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Get in the verses. Get in the verses. Oh, fence, get away. We have a raid. Make yourself versatile, Goat vs. Fish. Make yourself versatile. They raid Goat vs. Fish. Make yourself versatile, Goat vs. Fish. We need more Goat vs. Fish. We need. Should we go with Goat or should we go with Fish? Let us go with Goat vs. Fish. Let us go with Goat vs. Fish! Welcome to Goat vs. Fish! Welcome to Goat vs. Fish! Let's go to Moon Metaphysics! Let's go to Celebration for Goat! Who raids Goat vs. Fish? Who raids Goat vs. Fish this versus? We need to know, and we must keep to watch the poll. Vote in the poll now. We are determining if spaghetti and meatballs, if it is Goat vs. Fish, if it is Fish vs. Goat, or if it is all fence. And it seems heavy radiation detection of Moon Metaphysics Celebration! The metaphysical moon, raiding with a party of 14 goat and fish, Welcome to Goat vs. Fish, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. This is the versus of Goat vs. Fish, and it seems as Fish-getty and Meatballs is now currently in the verses with 6 verses. And there is one verse for each goat getty and fish balls and fence getty and fence balls. And now we return to the verses. Let us see who is goat. Let us see who is fish. Moon Metaphysics, welcome to Goat versus Fish. Wow Mom says meatballs are goat. Wow Mom, who is the goat that is preparing the verses, says that the meatballs is goat. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. Thunder Tax, welcome to Goat versus Fish. Thunder Tax, welcome to Goat versus Fish. With your thunderous verses. Thunder, your verses to Goat versus Fish. Are you goat or are you fish? We want thunderous verses. We want loud thunderous verses. And Forgotten Virtue, it is a verses. And it is Pete Peterson on the Book of Faces with the Prepare Goat. Prepare Goat! Is it to say you are a fish, P. Peterson? Are you saying that you are a prepared goat? Or are you saying that the fish must prepare because you are a fish? And prepare goat, and the fish said, prepare goat, this is going to be a verses, this is going to be a verses. Is that what you are saying, P. Peterson? Action, let's go, yes, it begins. The verses begins. Action, let's go. Thank you for following Thunder Tax, thank you for following Goat versus Fish. Fenspot, thank you for following Goat versus Fish. I am Fenspot, I am on the fence, I am always on the fence. You never know with Fenspot. You never know with Fenspot. We still have no declarations of goat or fish. Are you goat or fish? Put it in the chat. Those who follow Moon Metaphysics, are you goat or are you fish? In the chat. Rain Felicia with the radiation. Rain Felicia with the team fish. A celebration for Rain Felicia, the fish. We've got a fish. And it is the fifth fish of the verses. Celebration for Rain Felicia. Let us make it fish. Now that we have a fish, what do you think about this fish, Rain Felicia? What do you think about fish? Wow! Look at the fish. Spaghetti fish. Meatballs are goat, obviously. Is it so obvious? Tell goat versus fish. Convince other goat and fish to vote in the way that you wish. Fenspot. Subscribe, jazzy musician of Pandemonium Big Band, YouTube user Elliot MD. Celebration, Fenspot, you have learned the verses. Let's go! Do we have Thunder Tax with a goat? Thunder Tax, are you declaring goat? Thunder Tax, are you declaring goat? Let's go to Moon Metaphysics Celebration, repeating the verses. But Rain Felicia says, let's fish! Fish, Getty, and meatballs. And the verses is in. And it seems, the verses. Goat and fish, the verses. Determination. It is fish, Getty, and goat balls. Celebration. And read right contribution 1 bit. Thank you for the bit for goat versus fish. Wow Mom contribution 100 channel point. You can contribution 1,000 channel point. You can contribution all the verses you wish. But we have fish, Getty, and meatball. Fish, Getty, and meatball is the verses. Fish, Getty, and meatball is the verses. So goat versus, we must make this verses. Goat versus fish. Fish, Getty, goat versus fish. This was the previous verses. Goat versus Fish went on a podcast called STS Guys. They welcomed Goat versus Fish, and they had a verses, and the fish triumphed in that verses. Very fish verses. Very fish, these verses. The goat always are surprised. Oh, it is going to be fish. Goat, do not be so surprised that it is fish. There's a lot of fish out there in the sea. And they come to verses, the goat. We have... The verses was fish getty, goat versus fish. It was goat getty, and fish balls was the verses, yes? Moon Metaphysical Celebration, we shall see you. Ooh, Thunder Tax with the goat declaration. Thunder Tax with the goat declaration. Celebration for goat. Celebration for Thunder Tax goat. Celebration for Thunder Tax goat. Celebration for goat. It is a goat. Mighty goat versus. Mighty goat versus. Mighty goat versus. Mighty goat versus. Now it is a goat. It was a fish, but now Thunder Tax declared goat, and so now it is a goat. This is goat versus fish. Why not goat? Fishgetty, 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 Fishgetty wins the verses. Fishgetty wins the verses. And it is. Fish. Getty. And goat balls. Here's the verses. Fishgetty and goat balls. Cinnamon with goat versus fish. Cinnamon with goat versus fish. Celebration for Cinnamon. But Cinnamon, are you goat or are you fish? No mistakes, no mistakes. I'm a fish. You're a fish. Are you a fish? Are you a goat or are you a fish? We need to know if you are a goat or if you are a fish. This is goat versus fish. This is goat versus fish. We school goats. We school goats. Yes, the fish school goats. The fish swimming in the school. The fish swimming about fish. Fish, 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 fish. A whole school of fish. A whole school of fish. 3 fish. 3 fish swimming in a school of fish. Swimming in a school of fish. You heard it. You heard it on goat versus fish. You heard it on goat versus fish. No mistakes. Are you goat or are you fish? No mistakes to you. No mistakes to you. But are you goat or are you fish? Are you a fish? Are you a goat? That is the question. FenceBot on the fence as versus. On the fence as versus. It is not better to get info? Info? Info, 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 info. Wow. FenceBot really took to that versus. No mistake, glub, I'm a fish in the tub. Celebration for the fish in the tub. Celebration for the fish in the tub. We are going to give another versus to fish for no mistakes. Welcome. No mistakes here. Just goat and fish. Just goat and fish. It's a fish in a tub. Celebration for fish. Cinnamon with the fence declaration. Used to be fish, now claiming to be goat fish every versus. It has forgotten that it takes a goat and a fish coming together to form the unity of the goat fish, and it is just these verses declaring goat fish every verses. It is quite an aspiration. But it takes a goat and a fish. It takes a goat and a fish. But no mistakes, no mistakes. Glub, fish in a tub, fish in a tub. Celebration for fish, celebration for fish. And in the verses, we have 3 goat, 2 fence sitters, 6 fish. And as for moon metaphysics, oh, goat versus fish, we are shouting it out even now. We are going to shout out a metaphysical moon metaphysics even now. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Here comes the verses. Celebration! Go follow Moon Metaphysics. Go follow Moon Metaphysics on the Twitch. And that's for the fish in the tub. As for the fish in the tub, the fish was just swimming about. No mistakes. Oh, I'm a fish. This calls for a verses. This calls for a verses. Thank you to Pandemonious Big Band for the celebration. But this calls for goat versus fish. Yes, you are a goat. Yes, you chose a goat. Did you not, Thundertax? Did you not choose goat? Goat me? Goat me worry? Goat me worry? Goat me worry? Why not goat? Just saying, why not goat? Here you said goat, so it seems you chose goat, Thundertax. And thank you for goat versus fish. But now we have no mistakes. And no mistakes has chosen fish. And we think that no mistakes, who we do not even know if they follow goat versus fish, but we think no mistakes deserves a little versus of fish for bravely choosing fish. Bravely choosing fish. Oh, Thundertax, we know you do. We were speaking of no mistakes. The fish in the tub. We don't know if no mistakes follows goat versus fish. Thundertax the goat, you follow goat versus fish. We go to you. Celebration for Thundertax for following goat versus fish. What we have here. We have the fish in the tub. Yeah, you got a verse. Yes, you got a verses. You got a verses. Glub glub, fish in a tub. This is for you. This is from Goat versus Fish. Glub 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 glub. Glub 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 glub. 'Twas a fish in a tub. Glub, 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 glub. Glub, 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 glub. Show your glub for the fish in the tub. Relaxing after a very long verses. Singing the songs that it should have rehearses. Mistakes, it is fish in a tub. And there's the rub. It's fish in a tub. It is fish in a tub, oh, fish in a tub. How do you know? How do you learn? And how do you grow? Does anyone know? Fish in a tub, how can you grow as the tub walls close all around you, you know? It was fish in a tub. Celebration for no mistakes, the fish in the tub. Celebration, celebration, celebration. No mistakes, wow, celebration. Oh, look, what is it you give to me? No mistakes, what is it you give to me? What is it you give to me? What is this from Goat versus Fish? What is this from Goat versus Fish? No mistakes. What is this that you give to Goat versus Fish? Read right with 300 bits. Read right with 300 bits. With 300 bits. Celebration for read right with 300 bits. With 300 bits for fish. With 300 bits for fish. It's 400 for fish. Goat versus Fish. It's 400 for fish. It's 400 for fish. It's 400 for fish. None for the goat, none for the fence. Rain Felicia with 100. Celebration for fish. It is 500 for the fish. Hello Felicia, hello read right. Bringing 400 bits of verses to the fish. That is for you, Rain Felicia. A celebration for Rain Felicia the fish. Rain Felicia the fish. Making it rain on the goat. Making it rain on the goat. Make it rain on the goat. Celebration. Goat times 10. Goat x10. Goat x10. Goat x10. 10 times the goat. 10 times the goat. But no mistakes. No mistakes. We want to know, what is it you are giving to Goat versus Fish? You are giving something to Goat versus Fish there. What are you giving to Goat versus Fish? We want to know. Tell us in the chat what you are giving to Goat versus Fish. What are you giving? What is this? What is this? You see there in the verses? Goat versus Fish is asking you, what are you giving to Goat versus Fish? What is this you give to Goat versus Fish? Explain your verses. You are saying, here it is for you. Here it is for you. Here it is for you. And Goat versus Fish. And so we wish to know what it is you are trying to share with Goat versus Fish. And no mistakes with the 1 bit. No mistakes with the 1 bit. Celebration for fish, celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Ooh, a most delectable bit, a most delectable bit. Goat versus fish savors every bit. Savors every bit of goat versus fish. Goat versus fish savors every bit of goat versus fish. And this bit goes to fish. Fish food celebration. Yes, we need food for the fish. We need food for the fish. Look at this fish. Do you think this fish is just going to consume itself? We need food for the fish. We need food for the fish. While Mom served fish spaghetti and goat balls to the kids. And now that we know that it is fish spaghetti and goat balls, well now we need bits for the fish as well. We need bits for the fish. Did we save any bits for fish? And goat versus fish gave fish food. I approve of this message, and so does Bob Ross. Oh, so does Bob Ross. You think Bob Ross approves of goat versus fish? Do you think Bob Ross approves of goat versus fish? Thank you, and thank you for the moon shout out. We shall goat versus fish moon soon. Yes, we shall do that versus. Moon metaphysical moon. We are trying to explain. Rain Felicia, tell this verses to moon metaphysics. Goat versus fish has a link. We could, if we gave the link to moon metaphysics, it could just join the verses. If it has a fisheye lens camera and some sort of amplification verses. If it has this verses. Goat versus fish could just give you the link and you could join goat versus fish. You could join goat versus fish just like verses. Just like verses. Moon metaphysics. Join goat versus fish. Join goat versus fish. Thundertax celebration. Yes, Thundertax knows the verses. Yes, just like verses. But as for no mistakes, what is this speaking of Bob Ross? What is this speaking of Bob Ross, goat versus fish? What is this speaking of Bob Ross, goat versus fish? Huh? Has goat versus fish ever heard of that versus? Has goat versus fish ever heard of a versus of Bob Ross? Wonder is goat versus fish. We wonder, has goat versus fish heard of a Bob Ross? Of a Rob Boss? A Rob Boss? Goat versus fish knows of a Rob Boss. Goat versus fish knows of a Rob Boss. No mistakes with the bits. No mistakes with the bits. Meditation. Goat versus fish. 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 100 bits. 100 bits celebration. A 100-bit celebration. Although it is a bit of a fancy celebration with that Unicron fence sitter poking out its verses. Rain Felicia going to lurk in the verses. Rain Felicia, you will not see that lurking fish, but it is ready to verse the goat. It is ready to verse the goat. And with 100 from no mistake, that makes it 601 bits for fish. 601 bits for fish, and not a bit for goat, and not a bit for goat. Fish, just domination this verses. Fish, domination this verses. They won the previous 2 verses. Will this be 3 verses in a verses? Will it be 3 verses in a verses? We shall see with goat versus fish. We shall see with goat versus fish. Goat versus fish, just prepare that verses, and now that verses is nowhere to be seen. Goat versus fish, we have found the verses. Rob Boss, Rob Boss, Rob Boss. Rob Boss, has goat versus fish heard of Rob Boss? Has goat versus fish heard of Rob Boss? Let us see, goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Let us see, we want to get your verses. We want to find your verses again. We want to find your verses again. No mistakes. I approve this message, and so does Rob Boss. Make some verses, goat and fish. Make some verses, goat and fish. For Rob Boss. Yes, celebration. Oh, it is Rob Boss. Come to visit goat versus fish. It is Rob Boss. Come to visit goat versus fish. Oh, hello. Hello, Rob Boss. Hello. Hello, goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Perhaps there's verses. Goat versus fish. About even verses with goat versus fish. Look, it is goat versus fish and Rob Boss. Welcome to goat versus fish. Rob Boss, welcome to goat versus fish. Rob Boss, what brings you to goat versus fish? Well, there was no mistakes. There was just no mistakes. Only happy goat and fish. And so, no mistakes. We heard that there were no mistakes in goat versus fish, that there was no mistakes in goat versus fish. So we just came here to say we wanted to wish you happy versus goat versus fish. We just wanted to wish you happy versus. Well, thank you so much, Rob Boss. You always pleasant to come around here to wish goat versus fish a happy versus. Have you been making the land and the sea? Have you been painting the land and the sea as we have been saying that you can do? As we have been saying that you can do. Oh, goat versus fish. Oh, goat versus fish. We are more about asking if they are goat or fish. We do not know so much about this creation of the land of the goat and the sea of the fish. There is already so much land of the goat and the sea of the fish. Yes, but you can make your own land of the goat and the sea of the fish, and you can have them versus just any way you want. But goat versus fish asks them if they are goat or fish, and it is the verses. It is the verses is about you. The verses is about you, Rob Boss. Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or fish? No, it's about you, goat versus fish. It's about you and the land and the sea. No, it is about you, Rob Boss. No, it's about you. No, it's about you. No, it's about you. No, it's about you. No. Now it's about you. No, it's about you. It's about you. You. Are you goat or are you fish, Rob Boss? Are you goat or are you fish? Goat versus fish is speaking to you now. Goat versus fish is speaking to you now. Goat versus. Ooh, look at this verses. It is like a real cinematic verses. Now see here, Rob Boss, I am asking you if you are goat or fish, and you should tell goat versus fish. And then they do the reverse verses. They do the reverse verses. Where it is goat versus fish. Goat versus fish is in the verses. Goat versus fish is in the verses, and then goat versus fish. Now you see here, goat versus fish. You see here, goat versus fish. We're asking you, have you been making your paintings about the land and the sea? Well, that's what we want to know. That's what we want to know. We can do it. We believe in you. But are you goat or are you fish, Rob Boss? Are you goat or are you fish? Fence sitter. Rob Boss still on the fence. Rob Boss still on the fence. Seems so pleasant to goat versus fish, and yet not choosing goat or fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Pop Ross. Jason TZ, I am back as the goat in chief. Jason TZ. Could we give more versesly welcome to thee? Celebration, welcome to Jason TZZZ, the goat, chief goat, with a verses, that is a fish, with a verses for goat, Jason TZZZZ. You will be very fenced to know that the fish, of the 5 fish, 601 bits for fish, no bits for goat, 4 verses, 4 goat, 3 on the fence, and the fish have won the previous 2 verses. They won the previous 2 verses. Are they going to, again? Again a triumph for goat? Again a triumph for goat? Are you going to let this happen? Are you going to let this happen? Are you going to just let this happen? Jason TZ. Are you just going to let it happen, Jason TZ? Are you going to get fellow goat? Are you going to get fellow goat? Are you going to get fellow goat? Jason TZ. Follow Jason TZ. And if any of you want a shout out from goat versus fish, just say, goat versus fish, give me a shout out. And goat versus fish will do it. Goat versus fish will do it. Goat versus fish will do it. Follow Jason TZ, the goat.
Gather round while I sing you of goat and of fish. A verse is so special, it needs no mentionals. Call it a verse is whatever you please. You've never seen fine verses like these. Some reject goat versus fish, while others get introspection when it's goat versus fish. Who knows what you will do? How proceed the verses is quite right up to you. This verse is the goat made a dinner for kids. Some say was fancy and others say was versesly. Spaghetti and meatballs, are they goat, are they fish? Ponder it now as you slurp up your dish. Strands of spaghetti seemed fancily, and the meatballs were quite indefensibly not able to be determined at first verse if they're fish or they're goat. Goat versus fish, put it all to a vote. Sing you of dinner of goat. It served to the kids and they said, what is this? Fish-getty and goat balls was writ and was wrote. Fish-getty and balls of goat. It was fish-getty and goat balls. It was fish-getty and goat balls. Celebration! Celebration! That was the verses. That was the verses. But the verses continues. Salutation! It is Oh Snap High! Oh Snap High! Salutations, mighty goatfish. Salutation to you. Salutation to you. Are you still here, Oh Snap High? We have a special verses for you. Oh Snap High. Tell us if you're a goat or fish. You are ready for fish. You are fish today. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Are you ready? Are you ready, fish? Are you ready, fish? Look at all the fish. 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 Now, Oh Snap High the fish. Oh Snap High the fish. We have something to show you. We have something very special to show you. First, we are going to show you a fish. Because you have chosen fish. We celebrate the fish. Next verse is, we want you to look in the chat, Oh Snap High. We want you to look in the chat, Oh Snap High. We want you to look there, because you are going to find something very verses. You are going to find something very verses. Fish are prevailing, oh yes. Fish 200, fish 200. Yes, fish 200. Wow, amazing verses. We are going to show you, Oh Snap High, we are going to show you. Are you prepared? Are you prepared for the verses? Are you prepared for the verses? And it is goat versus fish. It is, here comes the reveal of fish. Here comes the reveal of the fish. Wow, look at the fish. Wow, look at the fish. Wow, look at the fish. Look at the fish. Look at the fish. Look at the fish. Do you see that fish? Do you see that fish? Look at the fish. Oh Snap High with the fish. Oh Snap High with the triple fish. Oh Snap High with the triple fish. Yes, now you see the fish. Now you see the fish. Now you see the fish. You demanded the fish. Goat versus fish gave you the fish. Goat versus fish gave you the fish. Can you hear the jazzy sounds? Can you hear the jazzy sounds? Tell goat versus fish. This is goat versus fish. Testing goat versus fish. Can you hear the jazzy sounds of goat versus fish? Can you hear the jazzy sounds of the Pandemonium Big Band?
Can you hear the sounds of the pandemonium big band in the verses? Can you hear it in the verses? Can you hear the jazzy verses? Can you hear the jazzy verses? And look at the fish. Let us look at goat versus fish. Let us look at goat versus fish. Now there is goat versus fish. Now there is goat versus fish. Celebration. Goat versus fish will gain confidence as to when you can hear the verses and when you cannot hear the verses. Because goat versus fish, it can sometimes be a bit fancy with goat versus fish. But we are learning the verses. We are learning the verses. You pushed goat versus fish. You pushed goat versus fish. Thank you, Snap-High. Thank you, Redirect. Thank you, Snap-High. You pushed goat versus fish to get you that fish emote, the fish emote that you deserve. Goat versus fish. We need to speak about the fish emote. We need to speak about the fish emote. This is auspicious verses. This is auspicious verses. The fish emote has been revealed. Goat and fish. Joy Toy Goat, celebration for Joy Toy Goat, celebration for Joy Toy Goat, and Joy Toy Goat redeemed the celebration, redeemed the celebration. Are you ready for the celebration? Are you ready for the celebration? Celebration! Celebration! Celebration for Joy Toy Goat, declaring goat right in the verses. Does not even need to be asked if it is goat or fish. And it is another goat in the verses. Goat still behind in the verses. Only 5 goat, 7 fish. All the bits for fish, 601 bits for fish, and none for goat. Fish have triumphed. Previous 2 verses in a row. Previous 2 verses in a row. Whoa! Joy Toy with the goat, Joy Toy with the goat, and oh snap high the fish. Oh snap high looked at the Joy Toy goat and said, "You traitor! You traitor!" Snapping and saying hello in the same verses. It said, "Hello, goat, Joy Toy goat. We thought we could count on you to be fish. We thought we could count on you to be fish." But Joy Toy goat said, "Oh me, oh I'm just a Joy Toy goat. I'm just a little Joy Toy goat, bringing joy to all the goat and versing the fish." Versing the fish! The goat versus the fish, the goat not afraid to versus the fish. Even Fenspot with the celebration. Celebration! Celebration for Fenspot. Yes, Fenspot celebration. Yes! I have always been goat. As long as goat versus fish has known Joy Toy the goat, it has been a goat. And that is why we are going to make it goat. Are you ready for goat, Joy Toy Goat? Are you ready for goat? Are you ready for goat? Are you ready for goat? Here comes the goat. Here comes the goat. Here comes the goat. And there it is. There's the goat. There is the goat. There is the goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebrate the goat. We celebrate the goat. We celebrate the goat. We celebrate the goat. Goat in the blood. Bleeding goat. Bleeding goat. Bleeding goat. The bleeding. It's the bleeding queen of goats. Who are you, the bleeding queen of goats? Joy Toy Goat. Bleeding queen of goats. That means it is also a partial fish. Partial fish? How do you have this verses? How do you have this verses, partial fish? Where do you get these verses, Oh Snap Eye? The Oh Snap Eye said, "You are partially fish, you are partially fish." As Joy Toy Goat said, "I'm the bleeding queen of goats over here. I'm the bleeding queen of goats." Fish. Fish. Oh Snap Eye fish. How is it that Joy Toy Goat is partial fish? It is either, first verse is either goat or 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 excuse the fences of goat versus fish. First verse is it is either goat or fish. Second verse is if you have evidence that it is goat, tell us an evidence. Tell us an evidence. Snap High, tell us evidence if it is goat or fish. Are you goat or fish? Fish or goat? Are you goat or fish? Are you a goat or fish? Yes, welcome to the verses of goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Just look at some verses. Goat versus fish! Goat versus fish! Goat versus fish. Read, write, sent in a verses. Read, write, sent in a verses. Read, write, sent in a verses. Subscription! Action! Subscribe to Jazzy Musician! Yes, this is the new verses. Pandemonia Big, there's the verses. There's the verses. Goat versus fish is even going to test the verses just now. Goat versus fish. Celebration! We have verses. We have verses. Sounds like a fence sitter to me, said Oh Snap High, accusing Joy Toy Goat of sitting on the fence now. Oh, you were on the fence, Joy Toy Goat. You were on the fence. But I think you are being very fancy. So you could partially be fish, so you could partially be fish. Wow, look at Oh Snap High, look at Oh Snap High. Just saying to you, Joy Toy Goat, sees a bit of fish in you, sees a bit of fence in you, Joy Toy Goat. And the fish accused the goat of sitting on the fence. The fish accused the goat of sitting on the fence. Amazing verses, Joy Toy Goat. What do you say? What do you say? What do you say? To this fish that accuses you of sitting on the fence. Is it the true verses? The bleeding queen of goats. Is it really offense versus? Is it really offense versus? Tell us. Tell us if it is really offense versus. No fence sitters allowed. No fence sitters allowed here, says Oh Snap High. Trying to. Goat versus fish. It is accusation if you are a fence sitter. And then it is saying if you do sit on the fence, then it wants you out of the verses. Perhaps this is a gambit by fish. Perhaps this is a gambit by fish. What do you think? What do you think? Commentation by goat and fish. Commentation by goat and fish. Well, speaking as a fish, this is a very, very excellent, very, very clever gambit by fish. Fish is opening with accusing goat of being on the fence, and in this verses, it then wishing to try to gain an upper verses, not up on the fence, of course, but trying to triumph in the verses, not in recruiting more fish, but in making sure there are more fish than goat by having goat to the fence and then ejection from the verses. This is what is ruining goat versus fish. Verses like these ruin goat versus fish, accusing perfectly versus goat of sitting on the fence, accusing perfectly versus goat of sitting on the fence. We now take a verses to hear from our sponsor. Let us welcome our sponsor, and our sponsor is Goat versus Fish. I am Goat vs. Fish. Buy Goat vs. Fish. Go to goatversusfish.com/store where you can find all the Goat vs. Fish in the universe. Do you need a little more verses in your verses? Don't we all? Don't we all need Goat vs. Fish? Don't we all want Goat vs. Fish? Don't we all want to support Goat vs. Fish? Don't we all want it to be forever Goat vs. Fish? Don't we all want to go to patreon.com and give verses to Goat vs. Fish every verses so Goat vs. Fish can depend on the verses? Don't you? Don't you? I'm Goat vs. Fish. I'm Goat vs. Fish. This has been a versus with Goat vs. Fish. All goat are goat and all fish are fish. Fence is not approved to Goat vs. Fish unless you can give us a plenty of verses and then we will approve of a fence. But some fences may be declined. So submit all your verses in forms of goat or fish to Goat vs. Fish. I am Goat vs. Fish. This has been a versus of Goat vs. Fish. This versus is approved by Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Thank you, Goat vs. Fish. We now return to the verses. Let's check in on Oh Snap High and Joy Toy Goat and see how go the verses. On the fish claiming that it has only observed fence sitting. Drew John with Goat versus Fish. Drew John with Goat versus Fish. Drew John with Goat versus Fish. We have a versus for Drew John. And in the mean verses, Joy Toy Goat has no defense. It says nothing. It just meets the verses with silence, neither confirming nor denying the verses. But hasn't but with silence to the fish in bewilderment. But has the goat not said enough? It said Goat versus Fish. It said to Goat versus Fish, I am the queen of goats. I have always been partial to goats. I have goat in my blood. It seems pretty strong goat. And Drew John with the Goat versus Fish. Drew John with this versus what is a monkas? Is it a goat or is it a fish? That guy with the Game Boy camera celebration. Welcome that guy with the Game Boy camera. Are you goat or are you fish? Goat versus Fish knows that guy with the Game Boy camera. It follows Goat versus Fish all around the verses at the conventions, and it takes a picture of Goat versus Fish with tiny, tiny verses, very, very small, tiny verses of Goat versus Fish, and it is a picture of Goat versus Fish, and we picture Goat versus Fish and that guy with the Game Boy camera once again, out there at the verses. But if we recall, that guy with the Game Boy camera never really chose Goat or Fish. Are you Goat or Fish? That guy with the Game Boy camera. Are you Goat or Fish? Ah, yes, Matt Drunford, also very Fen City, Now, we have a verses for Drew John, but before the verses of Drew John, you may say, oh, Drew John, but Drew John has been waiting a whole verses. We came here just to hear about the verses. But Goat versus Fish, we have another verses. We have a promised verses to go to the Twitterver. We have a promised verses to look upon the verses of the Twitterver, to look at the verses of the Twitterver, because Read Wright has sent a verses to Goat versus Fish, and the verses is very Goat versus Fish. The verses is very Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Goat Fish. Goat Fish. It is an odyssey of Goat versus Fish. It is an odyssey of Goat versus Fish. It is an odyssey of Goat versus Fish. Celebration for Read Wright. Celebration. This is an amazing verses. Oh snap high. Omission is the same as acceptance, hence sitting on the fence. Interesting verses. This verses was by Read Wright. If you have a meme of Goat versus Fish, you send your meme to Goat versus Fish. Send your meme to Goat versus Fish. Send it on the Instagram. Send it on the Twitterver. Just like Read Wright. And you can put it in the Discord of Goat versus Fish. And here's the verses. Here is the verses for the Discord of Goat versus Fish. Celebration. That is such a fine verses. And Goat versus Fish. We have Little Bit and Chihuahua. You know I'm a goat and my Chihuahua is a fish. It is a goat and a fish. It is a goat and a fish. And Drew John, you may be saying in this verses, Drew John, you may be saying, what? It gets both goat and fish? Drew John, that is why we have brought you here this verses. Oh, it is your Chihuahua's verse day today. We will sing you a verse day song, but first. Oh, Snap High is saying Goat versus Fish. Everything will soon be understood by Goat versus Fish. Drew John, we have a verses for you. It is a very important verses. And we are going to begin the verses. We are just going to put on little verses as we explain the verses to you. Oh no, Goat versus Fish. It will just be as this, Goat versus Fish. We shall just explain the verses to you as the verses of Goat versus Fish. Is it Goat versus Fish? Oh, it is Goat versus Fish. But you will want to hear this, Drew John. You will want to hear this. Just listen to goat versus fish. Just listen to goat versus fish. Let us go back to the verses. Let us go back to the verses. Let us go back to the verses of Drew John. Let us go back to the verses and recount the verses of philosophication with Drew John. Verses ago, Drew John, a very clever one. Oh, wanted to be goatfish, wanted to be goatfish from the very depth of its horn. And so Drew John became a goat. A fish extended its fin, and instead of concerning over which one would win, we let the goatfish begin. 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 Celebration, celebration. But that was not the only verses of Drew John. That was not the only verses of Drew John. Drew John came into goat versus fish as goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish. How to say goat versus fish, 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 goat versus fish. Has no jerk. Drew John came into the verses as no jerk. And Drew John and Drew John and Drew John, claiming no jerd, was a separate one. Then Drew John and goat versus fish said, this is a false verses, this is a false verses. Drew John and no jerd, Drew John and no jerd, it is the same verses, it is just three verses, it is just three verses. You cannot be goatfish alone, Drew John. You cannot be goatfish alone, Drew John. That is why you must choose a goat and form the unification with a fish, or choose a fish and form the unification with a goat. But then there was a philosophication, last verses. There was a philosophication just a verses ago, not a verses ago. And there was a philosophication, and the philosophication, we believe it was on Versemas, it was on Versemas Eve, or perhaps it was on the mighty verses, perhaps it was on the mighty verses, and the philosophication said, ah yes. Philosophication said, ah yes, but goat versus fish. If one is on the YouTube and one is on the Twitch, and they both follow goat versus fish, and on the YouTube it declares goat, but on the Twitch it declares fish. What do you say to these verses, goat versus fish? Ah, well, that is the same goat and fish. That is the same goat or fish. That is clearly a fence-sitter. It is clearly a fence-sitter because it is the same one, just in two different verses. It is the same one, just in two different verses. In the philosophication, fence-sitter, usually with very fancy verses, it said, ah, but is it true? Ponder this, goat versus fish. If you allowed a goat to be a goat on the YouTube and a fish to be a fish on the Book of Faces, then you could get twice the goat and fish in the verses. You could get twice the goat and fish viewing goat versus fish. Ooh, we would like to get twice the goat and fish viewing goat versus fish. That would be an excellent verses. But goat versus fish, it is still fenced to goat versus fish. One is either goat or one is either fish. One cannot be both goat and fish except on your verse day, but that is a special verses. So no, even if it meant more viewing goat versus fish, this is not goat versus fish. It is either goat or if it is fish. Well, then ponder me this, goat versus fish. Ponder me this, goat versus fish. The philosophication of the fencer continued. If one is on the YouTube and one is on the Twitch, is it really the same goat or fish? Is it really the same goat or fish? We pause these verses for a declaration of fish. Fish? Fish? Well, it does not seem to know if it is fish. It does not seem to know if it is fish. Welcome, Zags. Welcome, Zaj. Welcome to the verses, Zaj. Welcome. But do not question if you are fish. If you are fish, be the fish, be the fish. Be the fish, be the fish, be the fish, be the fish. Ooh, and look at this. And then the philosophication said, this is just what we were versing about. Look, you can see one, it looks to be, it really looks, if you look, the profile looks to be the same verses. It looks to be the same verses. But is it the same verses? But is it the same verses? But is it the same verses? Well, is it not the same verses? We can clearly see it is the same goat or fish. But no, when you, said the philosophication fencer, ponder this, goat versus fish. When you are on the Twitch, do you feel like the same goat versus fish as when you are on the YouTube? Well, of course, I feel goat versus fish. It's clearly goat versus fish, both verses. Yes, but do you feel as the same goat versus fish? Well, goat versus fish, when we are on the Twitch, goat versus fish is goat versus fish on Twitch, and when it is on YouTube, it is goat versus fish on YouTube. It is the same verses, but it is a different verses. But it is the same verses, but it is a different verses. So when one looks into the verses, when one looks into the interwebstagram, said the philosophication fence-sitter, when they look into it on Twitch, and they look into it on YouTube, and when they look into it on Facebook of Faces, they are actually a different verses on each verses. They are actually a different verses on each verses. And if they are a different verses on each verses, then in one verses they can be goat, and in one verses they can be fish. And it is not actually the same goat or fish. It is different goat or fish. That is an interesting verses. But what if one claims to be I am goat and fish in the same verses? Well, that would, according to goat versus fish, that would be a fence-sitter. But if they are a goat on the Book of Faces, but a fish on the Twitch, then they are experiencing goat versus fish through different verses, and therefore they are a different verses. Ooh, interesting verses, philosophication fence-sitter. Interesting verses. And it was written, and it was written. And it was written. You can declare goat in one verses, you can declare fish on the other verses. And because you are different in each verses, then you can declare goat or fish, you can declare goat, and you can declare fish. And you can have one for goat, and you can have one for fish. You can have one for goat, and you can have one for fish. That can be the verses. And so, Drew John, the verses goes to you. Stony Jack celebration! Goat versus fish, goat versus fish! Stony Jack, welcome to Goat versus Fish. We know if you're a goat or fish, but tell goat versus fish if you're a goat or if you are fish. Goats in the house, goats in the house. We celebrate the goats. Celebration for Stony Jack the goat. Celebration for Stony Jack the goat. Celebration for Stony Jack the goat. Welcome, Stony Jack. Stony Jack once had a verses on the Goat versus Fish podcast. It was quite a celebration. Always send your verses to goat versus fish at goatversusfish.com. This is for you, Stony Jack. It is a goat. Celebration for goat, celebration for goat. And remember, Stony Jack, remember, if you... Ooh, oh snap hi, ask goat versus fish. How does one select the fish role on Discord? We shall do it for you, we shall do it for you. Simply, oh snap hi, declare in the Discord that you are fish. Declare in the Discord that you are fish. Goat versus fish. Look, Stony Jack, look at the verses. Wow, look at the emotes of goat versus fish. Oh, wow, look at the emotes of goat versus fish. If you subscribe to goat versus fish, you can get the emotes of goat versus fish. You can get goat versus fish. Or you can just do goat versus fish. You can do the emoji of goat versus fish. You can do whatever you wish. Drew John, we shall return to your verses in just a verses, but for now, there is, so many joined, yes, say, XAG, snap, read, write. You hopped into the verses. We want to know if you are goat or fish. Put in the Discord chat if you are goat or if you are fish, and then we will give you the role of goat or fish in accordance with your verses. Goat versus fish. Must declare goat. Yes, in each. We just finished explaining to you, John, that each versus is its own versus. So yes, you have to declare if you are goat or fish. Yes, on the Discord, you are either goat or you are fish. Yes, and that is why continuing the verses of Drew John, we have you now declaring in one verse is fish and declaring in one verse is goat. And so it is a goat and a fish, it is a goat and a fish, it is a goat and a fish. It is a goat and a fish. It is a goat. And it is a fish. Added to the verses, a goat and a fish. Added to the verses. Celebration, celebration. You just declared your fishness. Oh, snap, I declared fish, declared fish. Declared fish on the Discord. Declared fish on the Discord. And so goat versus fish is going to... Did you? Oh, you declared it in fish chat. Snap, declared fish. Celebration for fish on the Discord. Celebration for fish. And the ones watching this after the verses are going, wow, the Discord, wow, goat versus fish. We cannot wait to not still continue to be able to be seeing the verses, to not continue to be able to sing the verses, but you will just have to wait because we have to make Snap a fish. Snap is a fish. Snap is a fish. Snap is a fish. Snap has been added to fish. And we are going to give you the proper fish. Your fish name shall be given. Your fish name shall be given, and goat versus fish. Fish, snap! Save the verses. Welcome to goat versus fish. And so, Layla Joy, welcome to goat versus fish. 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 But Drew John, listen to goat versus fish. Listen to goat versus fish. This is not to say that you are a goat fish. This is not to say that you are a goat fish, Drew John. The verses is still true. Goat fish cannot be achieved alone. Goat fish cannot be achieved alone. It takes a goat and a fish coming together to form the unity of the goat fish. But you are a goat. It is to say, Xaj on YouTube is a fish and Drew John on Twitch is a goat. That is a true verses. That is a true verses. This we do not deny this verses. We do not deny this verses. But as for and as for goat versus fish, remember when you came onto the Twitch, as no Jerd, you came onto the Twitch as no Jerd, you even subscribed to Goat vs. Fish. We just want you to know that though you still cannot form the unity of the goatfish with yourself, you still cannot form the unity of the goatfish with yourself. We accept that Drew John is a goat, and that as of last verses, no Jerd is a fish. With goat versus fish. Celebration! Layla Joy, hi to you, hi, I am goat versus fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Celebration! Are you goat or are you fish? Officially fish. Drew John listens to goat versus fish. Celebration. And now, the Chihuahua fish has to be pretty rare, and thanks for the birthday shout out. Has to be pretty rare. Ah, rare fish. Rare fish. Well, we have heard of rare fish, and we have heard of overcooked fish. And for the Chihuahua goat and fish, for the Chihuahua goat and fish. For the Chihuahua goat and fish.
Mighty birthday to you. Mighty birthday to you. Mighty birthday, dear Chihuahua goat and fish. Mighty birthday to you. Mighty birthday, mighty birthday, mighty birthday, mighty birthday, mighty birthday, mighty birthday, mighty birthday to you. Mighty birthday to you. Mighty birthday to Chihuahua goat and Chihuahua fish. Mighty birthday.
Celebration, celebration, celebration. You are one verse younger. This verse is celebration, celebration. No Jerd, hello No Jerd, are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Thank you for subscribing to Goat vs. Fish. No Jerd, are you goat or are you fish? True John, if only there was a fourth platform to balance the goat fishiness. Well, Goat vs. Fish. You have two verses on the Twitch, and we have the YouTube, and we have the Book of Faces. Goat vs. Fish is streaming now to facebook.com/goat versus fish, and is streaming to the YouTube, and is streaming to the Twitch. Across all of those verses. Across all those verses. So you could go on the Book of Faces, and you could like Goat versus Fish, and you could do the verses there. Celebration, no Jerd with the fish, no Jerd with the fish! Celebration for fish, celebration for fish, celebration for No Jerd the fish. Welcome back, No Jerd the fish. We are sorry we were so suspicious of you in the previous verses. And Drew John the goat, yes, Drew John, we know you're a goat. You have declared goat, and look, it is your old versus No Jerd. It is your old versus No Jerd. Celebration for No Jerd the fish. Celebration for No Jerd the fish. Celebration for No Jerd the fish. For No Jerd the fish. Celebration. Celebration. Celebration, celebration for No Jerd the fish. It is a fish. It is a fish. And if you look at the verses now, it is 5-7. It is 7 goat to 10 fish. 7 goat to 10 fish. 7 goat to 10 fish. It is 7 goat to 10 fish. And all the bits for fish. It is 601 bits given for fish. None for goat. You can always give bits for goat or for fish. And there is one. There is Fenspot. Fenspot says, Fenspot, celebration, Fenspot. Following is very Goat versus Fish. Thank you, Goat versus Fish. Thank you, Lay Love 06. Thank you, Layla Love 06. Thank you, Layla Love 06 for following Goat versus Fish. Celebration. I am Fenspot. Celebration. Thank you for following Goat versus Fish. Thank you for following Goat vs. Fish. Thank you for following Goat vs. Fish. Read, write, redeem, celebration. Celebration. A read, write, celebration. Get in there, fish. Rewrite the fish. A celebration for read, write the fish. A celebration for read, write the fish. Celebration. You want a celebration? Goat versus Fish will give you a celebration. A celebration right here in the verse. A celebration right here. A sweet celebration of Goat versus Fish. A sweet celebration of Goat versus Fish. As you wish. Goat versus Fish. Sea of the fish. Drink up. Yes, there's plenty of fish of the sea to drink, but is there? Is there enough sea of the fish left for all the fish? What of the land of the goat? We must protect the land of the goat and the sea of the fish. If we do not protect the land of the goat and the sea of the fish, then what will happen to Goat versus Fish? What will happen to Goat versus Fish? Protect the land of the goat and the sea of the fish, for it's a land of goat and a sea of fish. It's a sea of fish and a land of goat. There's no need for pretense. Do not sit on the fence. This is goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. This is goat versus fish. Where the fish are versus the goat, and the goat are versus the fish. But the fence sitter sits, doesn't even give any bits of itself to goat or fish, or any bits to Goat versus Fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat
is goat versus fish. Celebration! Celebration. Celebration. Ha 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 ha. Celebration. 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 Fence spot celebration. Yes, fence spot celebration. Yes, celebration. Drew John. Drew John. Then in the interest of verses, I shall become Drew John the goat on Discord. As you wish. As you wish. As you wish. Now you can become Discord Drew John Goat. You can become Discord Drew John Goat, but we want to give a celebration for the Snap High fish. In fish. And it was written, and it was written. Celebration for the fish. Celebration for the fish. And goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Going to set aside the verses. If we are going to be doing Discord verses, then we're going to turn on a little jazzification for goat versus fish. We're going to turn on a little jazzification for goat versus fish. We now return to goat versus fish. We now return to goat versus fish. Jazzification. Jazzification beginning in G. O. A. T. V. S. F. I. S. H. We have verses. We have I like Indian bop-ip. So does goat versus fish. Is Indian bop-ip goat or fish? Is it goat or is it fish? Possibility soup. Possibility soup. Are you goat or are you fish? The possibilities are soup with goat versus fish. You are super to goat versus fish. But are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? That is the question. That is the question. Possibility soup. Welcome to goat versus fish. Welcome to goat versus fish. Come on into the verses. Come on into the verses of goat versus fish. But are you goat or fish? Are you goat or are you fish? That is the question. That is the question we are asking you. Possibility soup. Are you goat or are you fish? In the mean verses, we go to the Discord of goat versus fish, and in the Discord of goat versus fish, we see Z-Cat, Z-Cat, CZ, Z-Cat, CZ on the fence! Oh! A game of life and death. Is it already? Oh, it is already on the... Oh, goat versus fish. Goat versus fish, goat fish. It seems that you... It seems that you, Z-Cat, CZ... on the fence. Zcat easy on the fence in the Discord. On the fence in the Discord. And now, getting nice easy verses now. Yes, relaxing of goat versus fish. Come. Join goat versus fish. Just have a bit of verses with goat versus fish. There is no need for you to leave goat versus fish. Just leave goat versus fish, you know.
Have you ever seen such an attractive versus as goat versus fish? You're very attracted to goat versus fish. You just see goat versus fish. You see goat versus fish. You see. You see goat versus fish. Ah, read right. You say you are be back. Coffee run. What a interesting verses. Did you know that this verses is called Coffee Time? You can see there. This verses is called Coffee Time, and you go on Coffee Run. Wow, is coffee a goat or a fish? Is coffee a goat or a fish? Possibility soup. It seems that it does not comprehend the possibility of goat versus fish. Coffee soup. Possibility soup. This is goat versus fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? These are the possibilities of goat versus fish. One possibility is goat, the other possibility is fish. Look, there's a mighty versus happening. There's a mighty versus happening. Are you goat or are you fish? We need to know if you are goat or if you are fish. How does one declare themselves goat or fish on Discord? Is there a channel? You can just do it in goat versus fish, in hashtag goat versus fish. You know how to declare if you are goat or fish. You simply say, I'm a goat! Or you say, I'm a fish. That is what you do. Fence spot, I am on the fence, I am on the fence. Fence spot, always on the fence. Possibility soup says cheese it. Possibility soup says cheese it. Will possibility soup? Is a cheese it a goat or a fish? Is a cheese it a goat? Or is it a fish? Is a cheese-it a goat? Or is a cheese-it a fish? Earlier in the verses, we determined that it was Fishgetti and goat balls. Fishgetti and goat balls. We had some. Wow, Mom made some verses for dinner, and it was Fishgetti and goat balls. But we do not know if cheese-it is a goat or a fish. And Drew John with some. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish just looks a bit fancy to goat versus fish. This makes no comprehension. Goat versus fish. Possibility soup showed me the way to you. I would like to thank Maddie. Well, welcome. Yes, show you the way to goat versus fish. Goat versus fish is just right this way. If you just look right in this verses, let us show you the way to goat versus fish. Yes, if you look just around the verses, you will see goat versus fish. Here we have goat versus fish. Now, as you can see, goat versus fish looking very goat versus fish this versus. And is that who we see? Who is that we see with goat versus fish? Why, is it Hotateron the fence sitter? That is me. I follow around goat versus fish wherever it goes, and I always just say, I am a fence sitter, and you are stupid, goat versus fish, and if you like goat versus fish, then you are stupid, because who would like, it just says goat and fish over and over, it just keeps saying goat and fish, it just keeps saying goat and fish, and goat and fish, and goat and fish, and goat and fish. Otate on the fence sitter. And if you just look around this verses, then you will find goat versus fish. Wow, oh, hello, goat versus fish. It's so pleasant to see you here with goat versus fish. Thank you for being on goat versus fish. Well, you know, I would never miss a verses to be on goat versus fish. After all, it is goat versus fish. Ha 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 ha. What a humorous versus goat versus fish. Wow, we can see why they enjoy watching you goat versus fish. If only I were goat versus fish. I am goat versus fish. Then we could have goat versus fish even when it isn't goat versus fish. But you are goat versus fish. And it can be goat versus fish even when you are not goat versus fish. Because even when you are not goat versus fish, you are goat versus fish. It is always goat versus fish. Oh, thank you, goat versus fish. And if you look just this way, you just look just this way. Oh, it's goat versus fish. Oh, goat versus fish. We did not mean to go this versus. Actually, we are going to a different versus. But as you can see here, it is also goat versus fish. And if we look just at this versus, just look at the versus, and it is a fish. It is a fish. We have a fish here. Wow, ooh, wow, ooh, fish, wow, ooh, fish. Possibility soup. Oh, wow, fish. Isn't it an amazing fish? Possibility soup. Wow, wouldn't it be interesting if a Cheez-It were a fish? Wouldn't it be interesting if you were a fish? Or perhaps a goat? Or perhaps a goat? Perhaps you want to be a goat. Oh, wow, look at the goat. Look, it is an amazing goat. Oh, but perhaps you prefer... Perhaps you prefer the fish. Perhaps you prefer the fish. Perhaps you prefer the goat. Perhaps you prefer the goat. Perhaps you prefer the goat. Perhaps you prefer the fish. 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 Or perhaps you prefer the goat. Or perhaps you prefer the goat. Or perhaps you prefer the goat. Or is it fish? Or is it goat? Or is it fish? Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or fish? It is a fence sitter. It's a fence sitter. It sits on the fence, it sits on the fence, it sits on the fence, oh, it sits on the fence. And if you look just here, if you look just here, if you look just here, if you look just between the verses, if you look just between the verses, if you look just between the verses, it is a fence! Ugh. I've seen that verses before. To the fence with you! To the fence with you! All the possibilities in the universe! And it sits on the fence. Sorry goat, sorry fish. Possibility soup is on the fence. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Make yourself at versus. We would like you to choose goat or fish, but if you're going to sit on the fence, you might as well enjoy Goat vs. Fish as much as you can enjoy Goat vs. Fish with that fancy fence posting preponderously and preposterously in your posterior. How could you even really enjoy Goat vs. Fish? True John redeemed celebration. Celebration! 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 Goat vs. Fish! Celebration! Goat versus fish, goat versus fish, celebration.
Goat versus the fish, and fish are versus goat. The goat and the fish, goat and fish, fish and goat. The goat and fish. Are you goat or a fish? Are you a fish or goat? A fish or goat, fish or goat. Are you goat or a fish? Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish.
Being a fish sounds fun. Goat versus fish agrees. Goat versus... Oh, did we let our fish slip? Oh, we let our fish slip. Oh, look at the fun fish. Look at the fun fish. Being a fish does sound fun, doesn't it? Oh, yes. Aiton, are you goat or are you fish? Aiton, are you goat or are you fish? But maybe a goat, but maybe a goat. Oh, perhaps you were looking for some goat. Oh, it is a goat. Wow, look at the goat. Look at the goat. And look at this shirt of goat versus fish. Look at this shirt of goat versus fish. You say, oh, who, me? Oh, it's just something I threw on. It's just something I threw on. Oh, this little versus? Oh, it's just something I threw on. Really just didn't think about it, really. I just put a little goat versus fish. Just put on a little goat versus fish and enjoy the verses with goat versus fish. Celebration. Celebration for goat versus fish. Goat and fish. Goat versus fish. Back to the Discord of goat versus fish. Possibility soup. Still just souping on the fence. Still souping on the fence. Soup. Fox and Raven. A goat in the chat. A goat in the chat from the Fox and Raven. Celebration for goat. Drew John says goat versus fish. It is goat. It is goat. A goat in the goat chat. Celebration for goat. Drew John says goat chat. Drew John, are you goat or fish? Drew John, on the... We need to ask all of you. We need to ask all of you. Read right. And Zaj and Drew John. Are you goat or are you fish? And read right. Are you goat or fish? Put it in the Discord of goat versus fish. And you too. Possibility soup. You too can join the Discord of goat versus fish. You may say, oh, is this just the Discord show about goat versus fish? You never know what is going to happen with goat versus fish. You never know what's going to happen with goat versus fish. Just type goat. Just if you are goat in the verses, just say you are goat. You say, oh, I fence tagged goat and it auto did the verses. Just do the verses of goat. Goat. Celebration for goat! Celebration for goat! Celebration for goat! And we shall do the verses. We shall do the verses. You get the role of goat. You get the role of goat. Celebration for Drew John Goat in the Discord. Celebration. 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 We shall make you goat. We shall make you goat. You are goat. You made yourself goat. But goat versus fish wants to give you the proper verses. So we shall goat. We shall goat you. We shall goat you very much. Celebration. That still leaves a few verses to say if they are goat or if they are fish. Read right. Are you goat or fish? Goat versus fish. Possibility soup. How goes the verses? What have you been up to this verses? Are you trapped by the fence? Where are you? Where are you? That is a question for all of you. All of you who are now in the Twitch, YouTube, Facebook of Goat versus Fish. Tell us. Where are you? Where are you? I have been doing cable verses for my desk verses. Well, you are beginning to sound a bit like Goat versus Fish. You are beginning to sound a bit like Goat versus Fish. You have been doing cable verses for your desk verses, yes? And how go these verses? Are these a goat verses? Are these a fish verses? Why watch cable when you can watch Goat versus Fish on Twitch? A desk sum versus fields has a fence. A desk sum versus fields has a fence. The fence sitter just has to go to versus. Oh, I have to sit at my fence. I have to sit at my fence every versus and just count the posts. Sit at my fence every versus. Every versus, you sit on a fence, you go to the fence. You sit on the fence, you go to the fence, and then you rest, and then you rest, and just when you slightly starting to dream of goat versus fish, you're just back on the fence. It's back on the fence again. Just when you start to dream of goat versus fish, it is back on the fence again. Goat versus fish. Very pitiable. Back on that fence again! You'll do. You'll do. You'll do it, fences. Don't you aspire to be a goat or a fish? Don't you aspire to be a goat or a fish? Goat versus fish, come into the verses. Where do you see yourself in 10 verses? Where do you see your 10 verses in 10 verses? Where do you see yourself in 10 verses? Still on the fence, still on the fence. Ha 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 ha. Well, we thought once like you should be aspiring to be goat and fish. You should be aspiring to be goat and fish. Said goat versus fish. What is goat versus fish? What is goat versus fish? Celebration for goat. We are just in some fence times now, Drew John. You know what it is like. You've been there before. Possibility soup. Fence times with possibility soup. Fence times with possibility soup. What do we wonder? We have a versus. We have a versus. We have a versus. Oh, goat versus fish. Oh, goat versus fish. We were not told. We were not told. We were not told. We were not told the verses. We were not told the verses, but goat versus fish. We did not hear the verses. Fence bot. Why didn't you tell us the verses? Why didn't you tell us that possibility soup? Why didn't you tell us that possibility soup? Why didn't you tell us that the fence sitter possibility soup? Why didn't you tell us that the fence sitter possibility soup? Why didn't you tell us that the fence sitter possibility soup? Possibility soup. Possibility soup was sat on the fence, for it seemed the entire verses. Possibility soup seemed sat on the fence, seemed sat on the fence for the entire verse. But then possibility soup, it chose a fish. And possibility soup followed goat versus fish. Let's all regroup, let's all regroup for possibility soup. Possibility fish soup.
How will this fish versus that goat? How will the possibility swim? How will it float? So much to do, so much to learn from possibility soup that declares fish, that declares a fish, that declares in one verse is fish, the other verse is fish. Celebration for possibility soup that follows goat versus fish, that follows goat versus fish. The possibility is fish. It is possible that it is fish. It's very possible that it is fish. And it is one less fence sitter. It is one less fence sitter. Just 3 on the fence. Just 3 on the fence. 3 on the fence. 3 on the fence. And 1 more for the fish. It looks like this is going to be easy fish versus. Easy fish versus. 7 for goat. 11 for fish. Fish with 601 bits, goat with no bits. And fishgetti and goat balls. That some may say that is fish, unless you prefer the goat balls to the fishgetti, in which verses you may think that is actually a goat versus. Ponderous to say, ponderous to say. Inventive harvest, inventive harvest. Make some verses for inventive harvest. Make some verses for inventive harvest. Inventive harvest, welcome to Goat versus Fish. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. Thank you for supporting Goat versus Fish. Thank you for the bits for Goat versus Fish. Inventive harvest, it is your verses again. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. Inventive harvest. We wonder these verses, perhaps we just want to say, just look at the goat and fish. Just look at the goat and the fish. Wow. Goat and fish are looking especially versus this versus, but it is for goat. Celebration for goat, celebration for goat, celebration for goat. Inventive harvest with 100 for goat, with 100 for goat. It is for the goat, it is for the goat, and that means we are going to get things goat in this verses. It's getting goat in here. Let's get up all your horns. I am getting so goat. I'm gonna take my fence off. Celebration for goat, celebration for goat. And that is 100 bits for goat. That is 100 bits for goat. Goat getting into the verses now. You know, when there is no bits on the verses for goat, goat can feel very, oh, what can we do? What can we do? What can we say? But now 100 bits for goat, 100 bits for goat. It looks like goat might be getting back in the verses. Might be getting back in the verses. Thunder Tracks, back with goat, back with goat. Welcome again, Thunder Tracks. How do you versus the fish? How do you versus the fish? We want to know how you versus the fish. Goat versus fish. How often, Drew John, questions for goat versus fish? Questions for goat versus fish. La goat fish. How often can one change between goat and fish? Well, some say a goat can be a goat one verses and a fish the next. You shall have to see for yourself. These questions of goat versus fish. Goat versus fish must be done. Goat versus fish must be done. What's goat versus fish? You haven't a clue. But it is something to do. How quickly could you change between goat and fish? How quickly could you change between goat and fish? Before goat versus fish accused you of sitting on the fence. Well, let us have a look at this verses. Goat versus fish. Let us have a look at this verses.
Goat, not fish. Goat, not fish. Goat, not fish. And it is Jack Frost. It is Jack Frost. Welcome, Jack Frost. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. It's so pleasant to see you again, Jack Frost. Good. There is no good or evil, only goat and fish. Do know you've gone crazy, old friend. An old versus, an old versus, an old versus. Welcome, Jack Frost. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. Jack Frost, are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Look at the verses. Look at the verses. There are goat, there are fish. There are goat, there are fish. It is still anyone's verses. It is still anyone's verses. Still anyone's verses. Very nice verses. It is a nice verses because of you. It is nice verses because of you. Fish for Jack Frost! Fish for Jack Frost! Celebration for Jack Frost the fish! Celebration for Jack Frost the fish! It has been a long verses, Jack Frost. How has been the fish? Have you triumphed the goat? Have you triumphed the goat? Jack Frost, welcome to Fish. Welcome to Fish. Why don't you tell us? Regale us, Jack Frost fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for the frosty Jack Frost fish! Monsieur, monsieur, the sky is a constellation of goat eyes dotting between the fish eyes, yes. Jack Frost, I like swimming in the ocean and kissing turtles. A fish kissed a fence, a fish kissed a fence! Woo! We heard last verses that a goat kissed a fence, but it turned out to be a false verses spread by the fence. But now as a fish, you say you like to swim in the sea of the fish, and you like to kiss fence-sitter turtles. Fence-age mutant sitting turtles. Monsieur XX, are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Monsieur, 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 monsieur. Chèvre, chèvre au poisson, chèvre au poisson, monsieur. Monsieur, chèvre au poisson. Chèvre au poisson. Poisson, no. Chèvre, poisson. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Monsieur. Monsieur! 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 Oh, monsieur! Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat? Or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat? Or are you fish? And Monsieur responds to goat versus fish, but not before celebration. Celebration, fence spot, celebration. Celebration. I have been programmed by goat versus fish to celebration. The weave knows neither one nor the other. The weave takes up all faces. The weave? Is a weave a goat or a fish? Is a weave a goat or a fish? You were speaking about how a fence-sitter weaving through the verses, trying to weave through the verses. You think you can weave through the fence? It's not so easy to be done to weave through the fence. Please play Wonderwall. Wonderwall? You want goat versus fish to play Wonder Fence? Why would goat versus fish play such a fancy versus? We will ponder it. We will ponder it. And also Jack Frost on YouTube. You should find Goat vs. Fish on twitch.tv/Goat vs. Fish and join Goat vs. Fish on Twitch if you wish. It is quite a celebration. Looming snitching, looming switching. Monsieur XX on the fence. Excusez-moi, monsieur. I believe that is a fence you are sitting upon. And the monsieur sat on the fence, Well, monsieur. Goat versus fish is here to serve you, goat versus fish is here to serve you, goat versus fish. But you are just going to have to sit on that fence. You are just going to have to sit on that fence until you choose goat or fish. The gills of the goat. The gills of the goat! Fence sitter, monsieur. Monsieur on the fence. Monsieur on the fence. But you should still follow Goat vs. Fish, Monsieur XX. Monsieur XX with the shaggy beard of the fish. Oh, Goat vs. Fish. Action Goat for the triumph. Action Goat. Goat. Thunder tracks. Action Goat. Action Goat. Fish.
And goat versus fish.
I just wanted to remind everyone that Kid Rock made a music video where it has it's meditations fighting Gersony Coleman while Ron Jeremy plays music. That doesn't sound like having to do with goat or fish in any verses. You were saying fish. You were saying fish. Celebration for fish! Celebration for fish. We were uncertain if that was goat or fish, but you have made it clear to goat versus fish now that you were speaking about fish. In so many verses, fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. I needed a fish. Fish, just domination. Fish, domination in this verses. Domination in this verses. This round of Thunder Tracks, this round of Goat versus Fish, complete with Goat as winner. Goat versus Fish, just Goat, Thunder Goat, just declaring Goats. It is a triumph for Goats, just declaring it is a Goat win, it is a Goat win, it is a Goat win. But there are so many more fish than Goat, there are so many more fish than Goat. And there are more bits given to the fish than to the Goat, Thunder Tracks. Thunder Tracks, the Goat have a long verses ahead. You could still win in the verses of probability, but Goat... Come now, if you want Goat to triumph this versus, you need to bring more Goat to the Twitch. You need to find other Goat and bring them to the Twitch of Goat versus Fish. And then they choose Goat. And then it is a bigger celebration. And then there can be more Goat. Well, Goat versus Fish, Thunder Tracks. How would you like it as a Goat? If there were more Goat than Fish, and the Goat gave more bits to Goat versus Fish in the verses of Goat, and the Goat gave more bits and there were more Goat than Fish, but Goat versus Fish just declared Fish. Then what would you versus? What if Goat versus Fish just declared Fish every versus, just declared Fish every versus, even if there were Goat versus Fish just declared Fish every versus. Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Versus fish.
Verse control to major fence. Verse control to major fence. Take your Goat and Fish pills and put your verses on. Verse control to major fence. commencing verse down, verses on. Check verse nation, and may the verses be with you. Oh, this is verse control to Major Fence. You've really made the verses, and the goat and fish want to know whose shirts you wear. Shirts that you can buy at goatversusfish.com/store. Now it's time to leave the fence if you dare. This is Major Fence to ground, the ground of the goat in the land of the sea of the verses control. I'm getting off the fence, and I'm floating in a most peculiar way, and the verse looks very different today, for here am I sitting on a tin fence, high above the verse. Goat and fish are you, and there's nothing I can do. Goat and fish, goat versus fish. Though I'm past 100,000 verses, I'm feeling very still, and I think goat versus fish, and I think my fence ship knows which way to go. Tell the fence at home I love it, we know. Verse control to Major Fence. The verse is dead, there's something fence. Can you hear me, Major Fence? Can you hear me, Major Fence? Can you hear me, Major Fence? For here am I floating on a tin fence, high above the verse. Goat and fish are you, and I don't know what to do. Choose. Make some noise for goat versus fish. Make some noise for goat versus fish.
Make some noise for goat versus fish. That was something we are calling Spatial Oddity Chords by David Bowie. As we know, was inspired by goat versus fish. Was inspired by goat versus fish. Just as you are. Inspired by goat versus fish, just as you are. Let us see what they think of goat versus fish. Action! Concession! Concession! You do not have to concede to the fish. Are you conceding to the fish? Are you really giving it up to the fish? David Bowie, the buoy in the sea of the fish, the buoy, the verses buoying in the sea of the fish, versing in the sea of the fish. JJ Panda, I am one with the verses tonight. Welcome to the verses, welcome to the verses. You are one with the verses, is this to say? Are you goat or are you fish? JJ Panda, are you goat or are you fish? And if it isn't, official Zion Green. Official Zion Green with a goat, with a goat. Official Zion Green with a goat. Also saying goatfish, but official Zion Green, we know it is a goat, we know it is a goat, and it has declared goat. Look at all the goat, look at all the goat, official Zion Green. Why don't we look at a little official Zion Green the goat? Yes, what do you say, goat? Care to watch a little verses? Care to watch a little verses? Fence spot, we do not have JJ Panda with the goat, JJ Panda with the goat, celebration for JJ Panda the goat are coming back into the verses, goat are coming back into the verses, and there are now 9 goat, but there are still 12, 13 fish, 601 bits given in donation on twitch.tv/goat versus fish, and 100 bits for goat, and 100 bits for goat. It's still anyone's verses, but it does seem like a strong versus for fish. But now that official Zion Green the goat and JJ Panda the goat are here with goat versus fish, are here with goat versus fish. Well, there is any verses. Yes, we are going to put here for you twitch.tv/goat versus fish. All of you on the YouTube, you can stay on the YouTube if you wish. And of course, you can twitch.tv/goat versus fish. Why no PayPal? Because it is blue like fish. You are goat. Oh, you can PayPal at goat versus fish. You can Venmo at goat versus fish. You can Venmo at goat versus fish. You can Venmo at goat versus fish. And if you really like goat versus fish, and you wish to support goat versus fish, then there is the Patreon. There's the Patreon of goat versus fish. There is the Patreon of goat versus fish if you wish to be a patron of goat versus fish. Right now, Goat vs. Fish has 2 patrons, and they're both fish. Perhaps you want there to be a patron of goat. Perhaps you want there to be a patron of goat. Wonders Goat vs. Fish celebration, and it is Venmo at Goat vs. Fish. But come, we have a versus. Official Zion Green the goat is here. Official Zion Green the goat. Verse in. Official Zion Green the goat. Are you here, goat? Come into Goat vs. Fish. We are about to watch a verses. Fernando Pardo, hello to you from the Book of Faces. Fernando Pardo from the Book of Faces. Are you goat or are you fish? Fernando Pardo? We do not expect to see you here on the Book of Faces, but we welcome you in any verses. to join the verses of Goat versus Fish. Fernando Pardo, are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? We have a suspicion. We have a strong suspicion if you are goat or fish, but we need to hear it. We need to hear it from you, Fernando Pardo. We need to hear it from you. Are you still here, official Zion Green? If you are here, chat to Goat versus Fish. We want to know if you are still here. If you are still here, we will give you a verses. If you are still here, we will give you a verses. Goat versus Fish. Are you still here? Official Zion Goat. Official Zion Green the goat. They say the verse is always green or on the other side of the fence, but is green a goat or a fish? Remember to share this verses on the Book of Faces. Share it with all you know. And on the Twitterverse, share Goat versus Fish. Tell them, oh look, Goat versus Fish is live on the Twitch. Goat versus Fish is live on the Twitch. You want to tell them all that Goat versus Fish is live on the Twitch. That is what you do with Goat versus Fish. You tell them all that Goat versus Fish is live on the Twitch. Fern on the Twitch. Hello to you. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. Fern, are you goat or are you fish? We were just speaking to one that was called Fernando Pardo. It was just there in the verses. And Goat versus Fish. Fernando Pardo was there on the Book of Faces, and then it was Fern, and then it was hola, hello to you. And Fenspot, thanking you to follow Goat versus Fish. Richie Holes, celebration, Fenspot. Celebration. Richie Holes, thank you for following Goat versus Fish. Thank you for following Goat versus Fish. Celebration. Are you goat or fish? You who lurk and follow Goat versus Fish. You do not have to say in the chat if you're goat or fish, but why not just a little, just for one versus. Just for one versus. As Fern6728 declares fish. Further securing verses for fish. And look at that fish. Look at the fish, Fern. Fish have won the last two verses, and are now domination with 14 fish. 9 goat. 601 bits for fish, only 100 bits for goat, which is more than last verses. Last verses it was 0 bits for goat. We have determined that Spaghetti and Meatballs is the verses. It is Spaghetti and Meatballs. But the meatballs are goat, so it is Spaghetti and Goat Balls. It's Spaghetti and Goat Balls. Always fish, Fern, always with the fish. Goat versus fish. Twerk to spec. How do you wish to make an offering to Goat versus Fish? It is up to you. You can also just get the verses from goatversusfish.com/store. If you want the verses from there, if you say, well, I want something for my verses. And there is always goatversusfish.com/store where you can find these verses and more. Goat versus Fish, in honor of the true goat. MF Doom. Change my vote to goat. Oh, it is an honor. As you wish, from fish to goat. If only MF Doom were here. Goat versus Fish never got to ask MF Doom if it was goat or if it was fish. But for MF Doom, you make it goat. For MF Doom, you make it goat. For MF Doom, you make it goat. Goat versus Fish. If only MF Doom were here. If only MF Doom were here. If only there was some way that MF Doom were here. If only there was a way that MF Doom were here. Na 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 na. Dom 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 dom. Da na 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 na. Da na 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 na. Om dom dom dom. Da na 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 na. Da na na na. If only MF Doom were here, if only MF Doom were here. Yes. And it's a fitting verses. You may say, oh, that was not an MF Doom, that was a J Dilla verses. But Goat versus Fish, but even J Dilla was ended, and now Doom is ended, and they Goat versus Fish. If only MF Doom were here, if only MF Doom were here. Yo, let me tell you about I know this goat and this fish.
Look who is here! Look who is here! It is MF Doom from Beyond the Verses. It is MF Doom to join Goat versus Fish. It is MF Doom to join Goat versus Fish. Oh, MF Doom, we thought you were lost forever. MF Doom, we thought you were lost forever. Goat versus Fish, but now you come here for Goat versus Fish. Now you come here with Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish, Goat versus Fish. Hello, I'm Goat versus Fish. I'm MF Doom, I'm MF Doom. I'm a villain. I'm a super villain. Oh, what is this you say? What do you do? What do you do as a super villain? What do you do as a super villain? Is a super villain a goat or a fish? Never removing the mask. Oh, what? We never get to know if you are truly goat or if you are truly fish. We do not even get to truly know if that is even actually MF Doom. Are you really MF Doom? We heard that that MF Doom was no more. Is it true? Is it true? Is it true? Goat versus fish? Goat versus fish? Goat versus fish? I was paid 1 million verses to translate an Armenian Goat versus Fish. Paid and I ignored it, sorta. Oh, Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. That sounds... have you said that verses before? Goat versus Fish? That is what Goat versus Fish recalls, that we have heard some verses, some verses such as this. MF Doom, are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? It's the evil ways, it's the evil doom, it's the evil doom. Oh, but goat versus fish, there is no good or evil, there is only goat and fish. If you are calling yourself evil, but there is no good or evil, only goat and fish, then the last verses is evil goat or fish, is evil goat or fish, is evil goat or is it fish? Never removing the mask. Oh, goat versus fish, goat versus fish. We will never know if Doom is goat or fish. Oh, come back here, Doom. Come back here with my verses. Come back here with my verses. You stole my verses. You stole my verses of goat versus fish. Get back here, Doom. You stole my verses. You stole my verses of goat versus fish. How could you? How could you? We invited you here to goat versus fish, and you stole it. You made off with the fence. You made off with the fence. Ha 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 ha! I have your fence now, goat versus fish. I have your fence now, and I even have goat versus fish. Doom the fence sitter, let us hear your verses. Doom the fence sitter. Do do do. Ba-da-ba-doo-doo-doo. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. And you may be asking about now, how does that goat versus fish guy say all of that crazy stuff? Well, I think I'm getting a bit hungry right about now, and I think I want to eat some goat. Or maybe some fish. And for dessert, pork butts. Make some noise for MF Doom. 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 Welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish and he versus, yes. Goat and Doom, Goat versus Fish and Doom, Goat versus Fish and Doom used to just verse around, yes. Goat versus Fish. Back in the old verses, we would be rolling with MF Doom, and MF Doom would say, wow, you are so cool, Goat versus Fish, you are so cool. Yes, if you were a supervillain, you might be even more villainous than Doom. You might be more villainous than Doom. Let us hear rap Goat versus Fish. Let us hear Goat versus Fish rapping, laying down the verses. Oh, Goat versus Fish, Goat versus Fish. Goat versus fish. We will leave that verses to you. Yes, that's why I'm the true evil supervillain. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. I'll inflate your ego and then destroy it. Yeah. Oh, doom. You will doom us all. It's the villain. The V of the villain is the V for the verses of goat versus fish. Pork butts, it sat on the fence. The butt of the pork sat porkily on the fence. Are the pigs goat or fish? Are the pigs goat or fish?
Oh, it really knows what he's talking about. Oh, goat versus fish always knows what it's talking about. Goat versus fish. Fern 6728. Yes, celebration. Goat versus fish. What more needs to be said than goat versus fish? We are awesome. Yes, Gucci, Balboa. I am awesome. I am goat versus fish. Subscribe to goat versus fish. Subscribe to goat versus fish. This is Nick Mullen levels of consistent schizophrenia. Nick Mullen, is Nick Mullen goat or fish? We need to find if Nick Mullen is goat or if it is fish. Is Nick Mullen goat or if it is fish? Is Nick Mullen goat or fish? Is Nick Mullen goat or fish? And in the mean verses, we have, oh, what do you know? It's Ponty Mython. The goat versus fish, the goat and fish. The goat versus fish, goat versus fish. The goat versus the fish, and fish versus the goat. And that is goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Official Zion Green returns to goat versus fish. Official Zion Green returns to goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Are you excited for new movies coming out this year? We will have to look upon them to see. If without first checking to see if they are goat or fish, it is difficult for goat versus fish to say. Damn. Oh, yes. Oh, damn. Goat versus fish. Wow. Official Zion Green. Goat versus fish. Official Zion Green. Goat versus fish. Official Zion Green. You are here. Let us prepare for your verses, Zion Green. Prepare for your verses. We are going to show you the verses of Zion Green Goat from the Adult Swim Festiverses. We are going to put it right here on the verses. We are going to put it right here on the verses. Goat versus fish. 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 Don't give me that fence. Let us see. Snoop Dogg. Goat versus fish. And well, would you look at it? It is official Zion Green the Goat. It is the official Zion Green the Goat. There with goat versus fish. There with goat versus fish. Let us have a look at these verses.
Zion Green and Snoop Dogg Adult Swim Festival Goat versus fish. Y'all already know.
Now Snoop Dogg. Yes, you are here. I have a question for you.
What up?
Do you prefer the grass of the land or the weed of the sea?
Grass of the land. Only time I use weed of the sea is when I'm high with Aquaman or if I'm getting freaky with the Little Mermaid.
That is an interesting verse. It's celebration for the land of the goat, for the land of the goat.
Land of the goat! Adult Swim, what up?
Now, I have one more question for you.
What up?
You are always calling yourself Snoop Dogg, but I am curious, is a dog a goat or a fish? Is a dog a goat or a fish?
A dog is a goat.
A dog is a goat. Celebration.
Yeah!
Yes. And what do you call yourself? What do you call yourself?
They call me the goat!
They call me the goat! Adult Swim Festival.
Adult Swim!
Follow Goat versus Fish on the Instagram and the Twitterver and the Book of
Celebration for Zion Green.
And the Goat versus Fish podcast.
You can supporting official.
At Goat versus Fish.
We should probably not interrupt Goat versus Fish when Goat versus Fish is spreading the verses of Goat versus Fish. Official Zion Green. You can find official Zion Green.
Zion Green and Snoop Dogg Adult Swim Festival Goat versus
You can find it on the verses.
Y'all already know.
Now Snoop Dogg. Yes, you are here. I have a question for you.
What up?
Do you prefer the grass of the land or the weed of the sea?
Grass of the land. Only time I use weed of the sea is when I'm
Here's the
high with
verses.
Aquaman or if I'm getting freaky with the Little Mermaid.
That is an interesting verse.
Instant Zion Green. Instant Zion Green. The instant you follow official Zion Green.
What up?
It will be very goat. It will be very goat.
What up?
You are always always calling yourself Snoop Dogg, but I am curious, is a dog a goat or a fish? Is a dog a goat or a fish?
A dog is a goat.
A dog is
A dog is a goat.
And what do you call yourself? What do you call yourself?
They call me the goat.
They call me the goat! Adult Swim customer service. Adult Swim!
Follow Goat vs. Fish on the Instagram and the Twitterver and the Book of Faces and the YouTube and the Goat vs. Fish podcast. It is all at Goat vs. Fish. It is all at Goat vs. Fish.
Celebration. Celebration. Celebration for Goat versus Fish. And on the Twitch, Drew John with some verses. Goat versus Fish uses better TTV emojis in FenceBot, but does not have a channel BTTV emotes. Goat versus Fish has no verses. What you're speaking of to Goat versus Fish. What are you speaking? What are you speaking? Goat versus Fish. Ah, you have changed your verses, Zion Green. You have changed your verses? You have changed your verses from official Zion Green to the official Zion Green? Are you certain that is not the same goat? Are you certain that Zion Green, the goat, and that official Zion Green and the official Zion Green are not the same verses? Official Zion Green goat, the official Zion Green goat. However you like your verses, follow the official Zion Green goat on the Instagram. You can find it there. Goat vs. Fish has posted the links, Truck to Spec, Zion Green, Snoop Dogg, MF Doom. There's just something y'all have in common. Can't quite put my finger on it. Oh, you'll find it. I believe you'll find that what we all have in common is actually Goat versus Fish. It's Goat versus Fish. Or is it getting high on the fence? Is it getting high on the fence? Is it getting high on the fence? Goat versus Fish. Is it getting high on the fence? Goat versus Fish. When would Goat versus Fish do this? When would Goat versus Fish do this? By the verses, Jesus, are you goat or fish? Jesus, have you chosen goat or fish? Jesus has still not chosen goat or fish. Jesus has still not chosen goat or fish. Pitiable. Pity. Fern with the fish, official Zion Green. We need a Goat versus Fish movie. Oh, don't we know it? Oh, we need a movie about Goat versus Fish. We need everything about Goat versus Fish. We need everything about Goat versus Fish. Official Zion Green. It's the same goat. Oh, we know goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat! We remember the Zion. Celebration for goat. Let us see what is happening. Goat versus Fish. Let us see what is happening in Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. We do not want Goat versus Fish. We want that versus. No, Goat versus. Ooh, interesting verses. Yes. Redemptions. Checking Goat versus Fish. Let us see who is still verses. Ah, yes, we still have verses. There are still verses. And it is still Goat versus Fish. We wonder, who wants to be Goat forever. Official Zion Green Goat, would you like to be on Goat versus Fish for short verses? Would you like to come and be a guest on the live streams of Goat versus Fish? Just for short verses. Just to say hello and to say hello again to Goat versus Fish. It is up to you. You do not have to despair, Zion Green the Goat. When you come onto this verses, you do not have to be shouting out yourself every verses, just saying Goat versus Fish, it's just Goat versus Fish. You are here with Goat versus Fish. Whatever goat. You just be your own goat. Don't let Goat versus Fish tell you how to be a goat. Yes, you want to be on the verses? Official Zion Green the Goat. Then let it be verses. Let there be verses of official Zion Green, yes. Look, goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. How shall we message to you, official Zion Green? We suppose we could do it on the Instantgram. It would really be verseful if you were on the Twitch, official Zion Green. We recommendation that you go onto the Twitch. It would be quite a versus if you did. But yes, we shall message to you, the official Zion Green. And we shall mention to official Zion Green, because we are still unofficially curious about that versus, as to which versus is versus. Next versus. Official Zion Green. On the Instantgram, we send you the verses. We send you the verses now. Join that verses, and then Goat versus Fish will let you into the verses. Join that verses, and Goat versus Fish will let you into the verses. Yes? Celebration. We await the official Zion Green. Oh, Jesus said fish? You just asked it? Oh, well then, Jesus, will you speak to Goat versus Fish? Jesus, tell us if you are goat or fish. Return, Jesus. You said you are coming back any verses now, and where are you? Where have you gone, Jesus? No, that's Goat versus Fish. Is this Jesus? Oh, no, it is Goat versus Fish. Jesus has not returned to Goat versus Fish. Jesus has not returned to Goat versus Fish. It may have told you that it was fish, but it has not told Goat versus Fish. It has not told Goat versus Fish. When does the versus end and another begin? Who is to say? Who is to say but Goat versus Fish? Let us look at the verses. Next verses, there could be a late verses of Goat versus Fish. Let's see, Goat versus Fish, Goat versus Fish, Goat versus Fish, Goat versus Fish. There will certainly be a versus. When's versus. There will be one when's versus at least 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. As for Munverse and Two's verse, perhaps Munverse, it could be a late versus. Two's versus. Oh, it is quite a versus, Two's versus. It could be Two's versus at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. But certainly When's versus at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time will be Goat versus Fish. And then there's, of course, Goat versus Fish. Thursdays at 10 a.m., beginning 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. With Goat versus Fish. Celebration of When's verse. There's Goat versus Fish. We have verses. We have verses. Are you ready? Are you ready? Official Zion Green. Are you ready for the verses? Official Zion Green is ready for the verses. Goat and Fish. We want you to make your verses. This is a very special verses. This is a very special verses. We have with us the official goat, but you do not have to hear it from Goat versus Fish. You can hear it for yourself. Make a verses for the official Zion Green!
Official Zion Green is in the building. Goat versus Fish. Make some real noise. You know what time it is.
Celebration!
Is it the goat of the goat? Is it the goat of the fish? Is it the fish of the goat? Or is it the goat of the fish? It is goat versus fish.
Celebration!
Yes.
Yes. It is pleasant to see you again. You are looking fine, Goat. You are looking very fine, Goat. How have the verses been for you, Goat? How have the verses been for you?
The verses have been as fine as the goats of the land, my goat versus fish.
The goat of the land!
It's been a while. It has been a while since I've seen you at the Adult Swim Festival, Goat versus Fish.
Goat versus Fish. If only we could return, but this fence-demic has been spreading around. The fence-demic has been spreading around the universe. They say you cannot go to this place. You cannot go to Adult Swim Festiverses. Whoa, it's Goat versus Fish. Whoa, it's Goat versus Fish.
I know. But however, we must have our goat horns high for the future. We must have our fish gills open for the future.
Celebration. Did you all notice that, goat and fish? Did you all notice how the official Zion Green the goat, it just said, oh wait, just a versus. We have to, there's something. Ah, yes, to show off a little goat versus fish. Yes, show off a little goat versus fish. Look at that versus. Let us see that Z versus. What is that you have there? Look at this.
My necklace just stands for the Z in official Zion Green.
It is the Zion goat. And you know, if you look at the Z, let goat versus fish show you a versus. It almost looks as goat versus fish. It looks as it is a V of a versus. And it is another V of a versus. It is sort of a double versus, a double V of goat versus fish.
Oh, you are correct!
Celebration!
Dude,
Celebration! We knew that you had goat versus fish with you. So what do you think? What do you think of this versus? This is the Twitch streams. This is the YouTube streams of goat versus fish. Last versus you were on the Instantgram of goat versus fish, which felt much more fenced into goat versus fish. This feels like a much bigger, broader, forever versus. Yes, what do you suppose? What do you suppose, Zion Green the goat?
I suppose that this is a more broader fence for goat versus fish. You know,
a broader fence for goat versus fish.
So it's more open. I would say more open.
For a versus, take a look at this fence. And one of the posts came out of the fence. Yes. So now it is more open for goat and fish to move through it, and so there can be more verses of goat and fish.
Yes.
Celebration. Now, goat versus fish. Do you know? We do not mean to put you on the verses, but have you heard of this verses?
MF Doom! Yo, MF Doom, rest in peace. Hey, Snoop, come here right quick. Snoop, come here, dog. Look, Snoop, look. Oh, there. MF Doom, what up, though, nephew?
Supervillain, still being evil. Never taking off the mask. What has happened has come to pass.
Supervillain of the hip hop, you dig? For shizzle dizzle. Shout out to all my goats on the goat versus fish celebration. Drop it like it's hot.
Celebration. Pleasant to see you, Snoop Goat. Thank you. Oh, what is that? You have villainous things to be doing, MF Doom? Wow, well, just tell us if you are goat or fish one versus.
Oh, you gotta be goat, Doom. You gotta be goat, homie.
Never taking off the mask.
Never taking it off, dude. There's Snoop, get your boy.
Never taking off the mask. Never. Now, goat versus fish wishes, of course, we could have asked MF Doom if it was goat or fish, but now it will never take off the mask. It will never reveal if it is goat or fish. It may seem so obvious to some. They say, oh, obviously MF Doom is goat. But do you think that supervillain would really ever reveal to you? It says, oh, you want me to say I'm the goat? It never is taking off its mask before goat versus fish. We do not know if it is goat or fish.
We do not know. That is a theory for us goats and fish to solve and figure out.
Yes, goat versus fish. If you have questions, look at all the commentation. Let us see if you have any questions for the goat, official Zion Green, or for Snoop Goat. Pleasant to see you again, Snoop Goat. We are enjoying the grass of the land, just as you recommend to goat versus fish.
Oh, yes, I definitely recommend the goat versus fish to all the followers of Snoop Dogg and official Zion Green. It is the verses of all verses, as Snoop and I would agree. Yeah, the verses of all verses. Goat versus fish. Fish versus goat versus goat, or fish versus fish.
Well, we are wondering. Do you wish to lay down a few bars of fence? It is up to you.
Oh yes.
We will give you just a simple.
Check 1 2. Yeah. Let's get it. Yeah. Official Zion Green, go versus fish. Let's get it. Official Zion Green, better black the dish. When I'm just working out with go versus fish. All the fly ladies Saturday, you know I still see you. And shout out to my sister in New York, Lil Kim. Cause I'm not alone in a goat small. Go with my fellow goat. Mr. Snoop Doggy Dogg, Mr. Snoop Goat. You know he's on the boat. Top of the spells. Snoop Doggy Dogg, you know how we rock these spells. I'm just Big Snoop, and I'm just chilling like an ion. Goat versus fish, and I'm in the Zion. I love on Zion. Won't you dig? Matter of fact, it's goat versus fish, no pig. Cause I just keep it oh so long. What's the great when left home? I just rap it like that when I'm getting that loose. Drop it like it's hot when I'm sipping the ginger juice. Goat versus fish, it's the goat of the fish and the fish and the goat of the goat. It's the Snoop of the dog of the dog of the dog. It's the Snoop of the Snoop and the sign of the green. Green and the green when the sign of the Zion. But you already know it's the fish and something green. When I want to know, I'm breaking it down. Like they say, I got that golden crown. We can be heroes, we is not zeros. Goat versus fish, yeah, we can all be the heroes. What up, Snoop? Like that. Official Zion Green. Goat versus fish. Big Snoop D-O-double-G.
Celebration for official Zion Green the GOAT. We shall see you, GOAT. We shall see you next verses. We shall see you next verses. Shout out yourself. Shout out yourself, GOAT. Shout out yourself for one final verses. Where can they find you, official Zion Green the GOAT?
You can find me on Instagram at the official Zion Green. You know how they say, be like, when you meet a celebrity, you be like, are you the such and such? Like, for example, when they say, when you meet Snoop Dogg, you be like, is it the Snoop Dogg? Yeah, just like that. The official Zion Green. So follow my Instagram, the official Zion Green. Follow my Twitter at Zion Green 5. Snapchat, Zion X Jenna. My TikTok, official Zion Green. And subscribe to my YouTube channel, official Zion Green. That's the main place you can find me. I got a Twitch coming soon. It's in the works right now. Shout out to Goat versus Fish celebration.
GOAT versus Fish. GOAT out. We shall see you, GOAT. We shall see you, GOAT.
Goat
That
out.
is for you, GOAT. That is for you, GOAT. And that is the verses. Thank you to official Zion Green the GOAT. Thank you to official Zion Green the GOAT. Celebration for GOAT. Celebration for GOAT. Now that was a versus. Now that was a versus of GOAT versus Fish. With official Zion Green the GOAT. Celebration. That Zion Green GOAT is welcome. Welcome any verses. Welcome any verses. Did you see that verses? Did you see that versus of GOAT versus Fish? That was GOAT versus Fish. That was some verses. Have you ever seen such a versus? Have you ever seen such a versus? Have you ever seen such a versus? Let us see. Let us see if you have seen such a versus. We shall see if you have seen such a versus. And GOAT versus Fish. They are saying all caps to GOAT. Doom. Twerk to spec. Doom is the one true heir to the fence. Doom is the one true heir to the fence. Doom is the one true heir to the fence. Potholders. Truly the greatest verses. Truly greatest verses. Truly the greatest verses. GOAT versus Fish. 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 On the fence, on the fence. And don't forget your fence holders. Ooh, hot fence, hot fence, hot fence, hot fence, hot fence, hot fence. Hot fence. Hot fence, hot fence, hot fence, hot fence. How many of us have them? Ones we can depend on. Fence! Fence! How many of us have them? You should take a point away from GOAT because of this. Because of what? Why should we take away a point from GOAT? Because MF Doom is fence? Because MF Doom is fence? True verses. No, but you switched to GOAT. You switched to GOAT. You switched to GOAT. That is your verses. But if you are now saying that instead of being GOAT for MF Doom, that you sit on the fence because MF Doom won't reveal the mask to show if it is goat or fish, then you tell us, Twerk to Spec. For MF Doom, are you M Fence Doom? Have you gone from fish to goat and now to the fence all in one versus? Twerk to Spec? Tell goat versus fish. Sweet Jesus, are you goat or are you a fish? Yeah. This is Nelly Tim McGraw all over again. We thought it was goat versus fish and Zion Green. That is what goat versus fish thought. Fern6728 with the laughing, Julian Mr. Humdinger celebration. Fern6728 recognizing the goat, fish recognizing the goat, recognizing the goat. Goat it is for this versus goat. It is for this versus goat. It is for this versus goat versus fish. Ooh, we had a few verses. Let us see goat versus fish. We did have a few verses, but let us see now goat versus fish. Let us see now goat versus fish. One's a verse we can depend on. Goat versus fish. Oh, my verses of goat versus fish. We have a verses. We have a verses to ring in. And it is goat versus fish. Patreon of goat versus fish. Patreon of goat versus fish. Three patrons for goat versus fish. We have a third patronage of goat versus fish. A third patron of goat versus fish. Look at the verses. It is a true verses. Three patrons of goat versus fish. Celebration for three patrons of goat versus fish. Let us see where was that one that said that it was patronage of goat versus fish. We need to give celebrations. It said a verses. It said Patreon for now or some such verses. We can just search the verses. Ooh, nice verses. Goat versus fish. It was twerk to spec. It was the goat. Celebration for goat. And with twerk to spec. Goating. Straight up goating on the Patreon. We're going to give you bonus verses. And it looks to goat versus fish that you are giving 10 verses of verses. Celebration for goat. We will not. We could put it in the bits, but we would really have to be going back between all the verses, and then in a later verses when we cannot calculation the bits, that would be. So we are going to leave a Patreon versus a separate verses, but twerk to spec. We shall see. We shall give you an extra goat this verses for the verses of MF Doom. We shall give you extra goat for being a patron of goat versus fish. Celebration for goat versus fish. Celebration for goat. Celebration. Twerk to spec. Patronizes goat versus fish. Twerk to spec, patronizes goat versus fish. This is a cause for celebration. This is a cause for much elation. When one becomes a patron of goat versus fish. Thank you, twerk to spec, goat versus fish. It has made all the verses, goat versus fish. Oh, should goat versus fish even send a verses out to the YouTube? Should goat versus fish send a verses out to the YouTube? The verses is yes, twerk to spec, a patron of goat versus fish. Thank you for patronizing goat versus fish. Read Right is back. Ooh, official Zion Green still just hanging out in the verses. Official Zion Green, your verses are still there with the verses. What? A goat versus fish, and now it is consuming something to goat versus fish. It's trying to it looks like it wants to come back to goat versus. There's the verses. There's the verses. Goat versus fish. Thank you. Celebration. Thank you, celebration. Goat versus fish. Fern. Goat versus fish. Now we go to the verses. Wonder Corey the fish. Wonder Corey the fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. It is Wonder Corey the fish. It is Wonder Corey the fish. Welcome to fish. Welcome to fishdom. Welcome to fishdom. Welcome to fishdom. Wonder Corey the fish. Wonder Corey the fish. Welcome to fishdom. Welcome to fishdom. And you say, rip the doom. But goat versus fish has a verses for you, as we have been pondering this verses. As we have been pondering this verses. Don't forget your fence holders. Don't forget your fence holders. Don't forget your fence holders. Is doom goat or fish? Is doom goat or fish? This is a question. We must ask this question. Is doom goat or is doom fish? Fern imploring to get that goat, imploring to get that goat. Celebration for goat, celebration for goat. I just found my Doom records too. Now we can verse each other vicariously. Yes. We can both enjoy the Doom. We can both enjoy the Doom and ponder its goat or fishiness. Sign green with the goat. Sign green with the goat. So now goat versus fish. A poll. A poll. A poll. A poll in the chat of goat versus fish. A poll in the chat of the Twitch. We will do this poll for some such verses. For some such verses. Is Doom goat or fish? Is doom goat or fish? Is it doom goat? Is it doom fish? Or is it M? Fence Doom. Always wearing the mask. That fencer's mask. That fencer's mask. The verses shall be 5 minutes of goat versus fish. 5 minutes of goat versus fish. The verses begins. If you are not in the Twitch chat, then go now to Twitch. Go now to twitch.tv/goat versus fish to vote in the poll of if MF Doom is a goat or a fish. Now, as is the typical verses, you can give 100 verses. You can give 100 verses to make a vote. You can give 1 bit to make a vote. Then you may say goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. How dare you? How dare you ask for a bit? MF Doom has left us now. MF Doom has left us now. Oh no, it is very pitiable. How dare you ask for a bit in the name of MF Doom? Goat versus fish. That is very fence goat versus fish. But goat versus fish will remind you that Doom claims to be the super versus villain, and Doom, you would always find Doom running out the back with stacks full of cash. The villain would not hesitation. The villain would not hesitation to make a bit. So Doom is ended. And goat versus fish. We'll take your bits. The villainous goat versus fish. Yes. Using your sorrows to make a couple borrows for goat versus fish. How villainous can you be, goat versus fish? Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. It is a pitiable versus, Drew John. It is a pitiable versus. Very pitiable to goat versus fish. Very pitiable to goat versus fish. versus fish. MF Doom, are you goat or are you fish? MF Doom, are you goat or are you fish? MF Doom, are you goat or are you fish? MF Doom, are you goat or are you fish? MF Doom, are you goat or are you fish? MF Doom, are you goat or are you fish? MF Doom, are you goat or are you fish? MF Doom, are you goat or are you fish? Don't forget your fence holders. Hot fence, hot fence, hot fence, hot fence, hot fence, hot fence, hot fence coming through, hot fence coming through. Hot fence, hot fence, hot fence. Hot fence. We miss you, Doom. And we wished you knew. If you were goat or fish. And if you knew, to tell us if you are goat or fish. But we cannot see behind the mask. We cannot see behind the mask. The V of the villain is the V for goat versus fish. And goat versus fish clipped that versus. Goat versus fish clipped that versus. But we shall be looking to the poll now. We shall be looking to the poll. And it seems, heating up versus, heating up in the verses. We have 2 for Doom Goat, 4 for Doom Fish, and 4 for Doom Fence. Dude, there was all this talk of Doom being Fence and Doom being Goat. But if Doom, it looks like Doom could end up being Fish. It could end up being Fish this versus. There is not much verses left. There is, counting down the verses. 1 more Doom for Goat, 3 for Goat, 4 for Fish. Fence for fence, even versus, even goat, even fish, even fence. Oh, is it the fanciest of all fences? Is it the fanciest of all fencers? Goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish. And it is even versus. It is even versus. Read right contribution 1 bits. Fern channel. Fern 6728 contribution 600 channel points. And it is an even versus all around. It is even versus all around. Goat versus fish. Let us see goat versus fish. Come, share the verses. Share the verses. Share the verses. Share the verses. Goat versus fish. You can see goat versus fish. There it is. Even versus. Even versus. Even versus there. You can see it is even versus. 4 for goat, 4 for fish, 4 for the fence. It seems that the goat and fish within goat versus fish had made it absolutely certain that the mask will never come off, And that Doom is on the fence, Villain. We suspect we shall be seeing much more of that fancy villainous MF Doom in this verses from now on. We suspect that will be the verses. I am fish, but I want to dance with the goat. Oh, well, fish do want to versus goat, and goat want to versus fish. It is just pitiable that this fence-demic is preventing goat and fish from versus. But we do have these virtual verses. We do have the virtual verses of goat versus fish. We do have the virtual verses. And the virtual verses is a verses. It is a verses. Following goat versus fish is very goat versus fish. Thank you, FenceBot. Thank you, DJ Nino Flex. Celebration for following goat versus fish. Celebration for following goat versus fish. How about instead of mad villain, it's sad chillin', and it's what someone does when they're sitting on a fence. Ooh, goat versus fish. That could be a versus. Sad chillin'. So many verses. Sad chillin'. Goat versus fish. Let's make some verses. Let's make some verses. Let's make some verses together. Now, of course, we would play Doom verses. We would play Doom verses, but goat versus fish. What would they do to goat versus fish? Oh, what they would do to goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Oh, goat versus fish. No. False verses. Well, it is not false verses. It's true verses. But we want another versus of goat versus fish. We want it to be goat versus fish. We want it to be goat versus fish. We want to put on little goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Oh, just to say we can't do both verses in the same verses. It would seem so. If we can only share one verses, then that would preclude goat versus fish from musications and also on the Twitterver at goat versus fish. That is very pitiable to goat versus fish. Very pitiable to goat versus fish. It is goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. It is goat versus fish. This is a versus of goat versus fish. We want to note if you're especially goat. Are you goat or are you a fish? Are you a goat or a fish? We are asking you this. Are you a goat or are you a fish? Well, this is a pleasant verses, but we think we have to get on with goat versus fish. So goat versus fish. Abruptly ends the verses. No, abruptly ending the verses. Oh, goat versus fish. And so goat versus fish is instead going to do a different verses. You may say, why can't you do musications and also have the Twitterver at goat versus fish? Don't ask goat versus fish. So now we are on, as you can see, we're on the Twitterver at goat versus fish. So let's write some goat versus fish. Do you have some goat versus fish for goat versus fish? If you have goat versus fish for goat versus fish, we can do a Twitterver. How about instead of mad villain, it's sad chillin', and it's what someone does when they sit on the fence. Goat versus fish likes that versus. So goat versus fish is going to look for the Twitch clip of goat versus fish. And it will be called Mad Villain Sad Chillin'. Checking the verses now. Perfect versus, perfect versus. We have a perfect versus. It is a perfect versus, but it is not so. It just does not feel so perfection with MF Doom not being in the verses. MF Doom not being in the verses. Let's set the faces to pun. Yes, yes. Now goat versus fish. Goat versus fish has this versus. We have created this versus. And we are going to put this versus in goat versus fish. We are going to put it in. We are going to put it in the Twitterverse of goat versus fish. We are going to make a versus mask. Never taking off the mask. MF Doom, Doom the Great. Are you goat or are you fish? Doom Eternal. Sounds like Doom Eternal to goat versus fish. We be sad chillin' in your absence. From goat versus fish. Twitch. Streamer. Goat versus fish. Retweet the verses. Retweet the verses. The verses of sad chillin' has been sent out. The verses of sad chillin' has been sent out. Celebration to twerk respect. Celebration to twerk respect. Sad chillin' versus. Sad chillin' versus. Now out there in the verses. Now out there in the verses of goat versus fish. Celebration. Celebration. And a goat versus fish. Ooh, Twitch Buds retweeted the verses. Thank you for goat versus fish. Do you have anything else you wish to say on the Twitterverse of goat versus fish? Twerk respect. We must ask what side of fence gorillas lean towards. I have been told it will lead us towards our answer. Do 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 do. Finally, someone left me off of my fence. Finally, someone let it off of the fence. Well, we'd have to know if a Homo sapien was a goat or a fish. Is a Homo sapien goat or is it fish? Do not delete goat versus fish when goat versus fish asks a Homo sapien if it is goat or if it is fish. And that is a question of goat versus fish. You wish to know if gorillas are goat or fish. We wish to know if a Homo sapien is goat or fish. Now, it was the one and the same verses for a brief verses, but not for the whole verses. Since then, one that is calling itself a Homo sapien has gone on to do many other verses. Many other verses. They say there are 3,330 of them, just waiting to verses, just waiting to verses. But are they goat or fish? Are they goat or fish? Goat versus fish had another verses we want to do goat versus fish. Goat versus fish had another verses, and the verses was goat versus fish, yes. Just as you begin dreaming of goat versus fish. It is back to the fence. Goat versus fish. Just as you begin dreaming of goat versus fish, it is back to the fence. Hashtag 7-day work week. Hashtag real job. Hashtag desk jockey. Hashtag weekends warrior. Weekend wisdom. Goat versus fish. There's the verses. There is the verses. Just as you begin dreaming of goat versus fish, it is back to the fence. Oh, very pitiable to goat versus fish. Very pitiable to goat versus fish. The goat and fish do not have more verses for goat versus fish. You are here with goat versus fish celebration, and they're always making more verses for goat versus fish. Fern, scared again. Fern, scared again. What are you scared of, Fern? What are you scared of, Fern? Fish, what are you scared of, Fern? What are you scared of, Fern? Fish. You are scared, Fern. What are you scared of? Is a goat? Is a goat coming to verse you? What are you scared of, Fern? Goat versus fish haunts my dreams. Ooh, have you been dreaming of goat versus fish? Oh, it shall happen. We know one versus you will say you have been watching the streams of goat versus fish. You have been watching the streams of goat versus fish. And then one versus you will say, I had a dream of goat versus fish. Goat versus fish came to me in my dream. You will say, oh, it wasn't through, it wasn't in the virtual versus. Goat versus fish was there. Goat versus fish was in my dreams. I'm dreaming of goat versus fish. You're dreaming of goat versus fish. Kid koala. Ooh, kid koala. Now there. There's a fence if we ever heard it. Dan the Automator, definitely fish. I think we're getting closer to our answer. Yes, Twerkluspec, now you are beginning to comprehend. Now, goat versus fish, we have shown you, we have shown you the special herbs of MF Doom that is goat versus fish, that is of goat versus fish. And all of these verses you speak of, we have vinyl verses for them as well, but we do not show them all to you now. No, we make you wait a bit for goat versus fish. But Twerk2Spec. You have become a patron of goat versus fish. You have become a patron this verses of goat versus fish. So we will allow you one more vinyl verses. Do you wish to see? Do you wish to see if a gorillas is a goat or a fish? Or do you wish to see if a Homo sapien is a goat or a fish? Do you wish to see if a Homo sapien is a goat or a fish? Or if a gorillas is a goat or a fish? Tell goat versus fish. Tell goat versus fish. Fern. Wow! Oh, my verses! Wow! What is that fence sitter, Fern? You're always making this fence face. What is this fence face you're always making to goat versus fish? What is this fence face? Scaredy cat, oh, you are afraid. It is afraid of choosing goat or fish. It is afraid of choosing goat or fish. Twerk2Spec, you have heard goat versus fish. Final verses. Do you wish to see if a Homo sapien is a goat or a fish, or do you wish to see if a gorilla is a goat or a fish? We shall count you down from 10 verses. G O A T V S F I S H. And Twerk2Spec simply said, goats chew herbs. Twerk to Spec, are you behind in the verses? How far behind is the YouTube verses? We're asking you if you want a Homo sapien to know if it is goat or fish, or if you want a gorillas to know if it is goat or fish. Final verses, Twerk to Spec. We can show you the verses. We can show you the verses. And we want to show you the verses because you patronaged goat versus fish. Fern6728. What do you say to goat versus fish? You are scared of goat versus fish. It is true. You are scared of goat versus fish. It is true. Still just frightened. Frightened fish. Frightened fish. The fish is frightened. Why are you so frightened, fish? It still looks as though you are going to triumph. Goat narrowed the verses somewhat in the verses of plenty, but it is still. It is still 14 for fish. 11 for goat. And fish have the bits. And fish have the bits. And fish have the bits. What is goat versus fish? What is goat versus fish? Oh, goat versus fish. Are you still feeling... You are still feeling fish? You are still feeling fish? Still feeling fish? Are you still feeling fish? Fish, are you feeling fish? Fish, are you feeling fish over there in the verses? Fish. If you're not feeling fish, tell goat versus fish. Dude, this shit's so slow. I hear yous in real time. My messages come late, however. I thought we were going to get our asses kicked. Oh no, it is very fish versus. Twerk to Spec. Twerk to Spec. We have been asking you a simple verses. Listen to goat versus fish. Twerk to Spec. Do you want to know if a Homo sapien is a goat or a fish? Or do you want to know if a gorillas is a goat or a fish? Choose. Choose a goat or a fish, and the goat in this verse is if a Homo sapien is a goat or a fish, and the fish is if a gorillas is a goat or a fish. So decides goat versus fish. This verse is. It's irrelevant what side I lean on, for the true goat has spoken. MF Doom's verses are goat. Is it a true verses? When did it say this? Perhaps it has said it. Perhaps it has said, I am the goat. True John, have you heard of this verses? It's irrelevant what side I lean on, for the true goat has spoken. MF Doom's verses are goat. Do you have proof of this verses? Does Doom say in its own verses that it is a goat? Does Doom ever declare goat in its verses? Not that it couldn't just change its verses at any verses. Because it is a villain. There's many MF Doom will be remembered as a goat. Yes, there are many claiming Doom is the goat, but we are curious if Doom lyrics goat. If you can find a lyric of MF Doom that says it is goat, then we will accept this verses. But until that verses, we do not know. Drew John, what do you have to say? What do you have to say? What do you have to say is goat versus fish on the Twitterverse? What do you have to say? What do you have to say? I would like to retweet goat versus fish. And then you shall. Goat versus fish. What is your Twitterver? What is your Twitterver? Is it XAG? We do not know. What is your Twitterver? What is your Twitterver? What is your Twitterver? Do you have a Twitterver? Twerk to spec. Put me in a tent with some goat. Might as well put me in heaven. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. A tent of goat. A tent of goat. It is goat in a tent. It is goat tent. It is a tent of goat. It is a tent of goat. Tent of goat. And what's under the tent? It is goat. Celebration. Drew John at Drew John. Ah, there it is for you. There you are. There is Drew John. Celebration. It follows goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. And Drew John. And if it is this Drew John that is speaking to goat versus fish, Drew John says, I want to like to retweet goat versus fish. And this Drew John is goat. So we shall say, Twitch goat at Drew John. Quotation. Quotation. And the quotable verses is I would like to retweet goat versus fish. I would like to retweet goat versus fish. And what a mighty versus it is. What a mighty versus it is. Ah, but you spaced the goat versus fish. Yes, we wish to reproduce goat versus fish. As you see. You see, goat versus fish. Perfect versus. Perfect versus. Ah, and you did not end it. You did not end it with the point of goat versus fish, just as versus. Says Twitch goat Drew John, and we shall push. Don't swim. Streams just because of the verses. And then goat versus fish will say, goat versus fish will say, goat versus fish. Goat versus fish shall say, and it was written. Celebration! Celebration for Drew John Goat, the Twitch Goat. We have tweeted at you, Drew John Goat. Streams! Streams! Cross the streams! Cross the streams! What is this fanciness? I've got a... I was hanging on that fence for too long. I got a fence over. Dashing on the fence. And then we got upshot. Oh, there are bigger fish to fry. I believe I've mistaken my assumption of Doom's preferences. Oh, there are bigger fish to fry. Goat versus fish does recall a versus a fish. But if perhaps it is a goat that is frying the fish, it could still be goat. Could still be goat, but we do not know if it is speaking of fish. It could just be that it is speaking of fish because it is fish. We are not certain now. We are not certain now. Celebration, Drew John with the celebration. Fenspot asking, read right, goat or fish? Fenspot is asking you, read right. Are you goat or are you fish? Fenspot has a versus here. Just because we know that you are fish does, but Fenspot declares, read right, are you goat or fish? Read right, are you goat or fish? Are you just going to sit there and leave Fenspot unanswered? Let it fence you? Let it fence you like that? Make it seem that you have not chosen goat or fish? Is that what you were going to do? Dork to his back. Instead of attentive goat, how about an attentive note? It's a bit that I can't stop paying attention to the verses. Well, we prefer attentive goat because it has goat in it. Attentive note? Yes, you should be attentive and take note of goat versus fish. You should be attentive and take note of goat versus fish. You should attempt to be attentive and take note of goat versus fish. You should attempt to take the temperature of your attentiveness and see if the temperature of your attentiveness could be used to be put in a tent to tell if you are attentive to goat versus fish. But attentive goat is still attentive goat, whereas an attentive note does not seem to have goat or fish. We would say attentive goat instead of attentive note. Is a note a goat or a fish? But you can't stop paying attention to the verses, and that is goat versus fish. Pay attention to the verses. Pay attention to the verses. Silly Fenspot. Fish always read right. Read right with the fish declaration. Kick Fenspot to get its brain working. Oh, Fenspot. 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 You know, Fenspot does like to dance about, you know. Fenspot does like to dance about some verses. Let us see a verses of Fenspot dancing about, yes? It is not too late for a bit of goatfish. It is not too late for a bit of goatfish. Come, let us have a bit of goatfish. Let us have a bit of goatfish. Why not have a bit of goatfish? Come, come. Let's enjoy some goatfish. Let's enjoy some goatfish together. You see how simple it was for goatfish, this verses? Let us enjoy just a little goatfish. Goat versus fish. 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 Oh, goat versus fish could keep going of versus. Goat versus fish could keep going of versus. We never know when they are coming for goat versus fish. We never know when they're coming for goat versus fish. But it could be a late versus. Goat versus fish has to spread the verses next verses. Goat versus fish has to spread the verses next verses. But we have a verses. We have a verses to do. But before we raid the verses, it's time to declare if it is goat or fish for triumph. Looking at the verses now, it is goat 11, fish 14, 4 on the fence. Counting down the verses: G O A T V S F I S H. Goat versus the fish do triumph, over the goat. The fish do triumph, over the goat. The fish do triumph in the verses of many of plenty. There were 14 fish and only 11 goat. The fish do triumph. There were more, oh, there were more. The fish do triumph. The fish do triumph over the goat. Celebration for fish! Celebration for fish! Celebration for fish! It is a fish! It is a fish! It is a fish! It is strong fish! It is strong fish! The fish! It is strong fish! The fish! It is fish! And it is plasticine fish! It is plasticine fish! Make some noise for the fish! Make some noise for the fish! Make some noise for the fish! And we have not seen this fish in the verses. Look at this fish! Look at this fish! Celebration for fish! Celebration for fish! Of love from Reed. Right. The feeling alright. Read what was written, what was wrote, and see this fish that is not a goat. Show its love for goat versus fish. Always on the Twitterverse, making memes for goat versus fish. Read Right is truly on the teams of fish versus goat. We find many more verses shall be with this reading and righty fishy. With this reading and righty fishy. Celebration for fish with another 300 bits, for fish. With another 300 bits for fish, 901 bits for fish, 901 bits for fish. With 901 bits for fish, it looks like it will be easy triumph for fish over goat, But we always wait a final versus a bits, Do you want the goat to triumph over the fish? Do you want the fish to triumph over the goat in the verses of the bits? This is your final verses. Goat versus fish. We'll play you a verses. We'll play you a verses. We'll play you a verses as you ponder if you want to give more bits to goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. This verse is gonna be the verse that they're gonna have to question you. By now you should have somehow realized what you gotta do. Oh, I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about the fence. Feet dangling the verses on the fence, that the verses comes within your heart. I'm sure I've heard it all before, like goat versus fish is some kind of art. But I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about the fence. And all the fence we have to sit are winding, and all the verse that leads us there are blinding. There's so many verses that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how to say if I am goat or fish, because maybe you're gonna be the one that chooses for me. And after all, you're my wonder fence. And after all, you're my wonder fence. And the verse just goes on and on. The verse just goes on and on. What? Maybe you are going to be the one that saves me? You need to save yourself. Get off of the wonder fence. Choose goat or fish. Get off of the wonder fence and choose goat or fish. I love the Beastie Boys. I love the Beastie Boys. Intergalactic. Goat versus fish is intergalactic. Intergalactic. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish is rocking the tits. Fence spot. I am on the fence. I am on the fence. We know, fence spot. You don't have to keep telling us you're on the fence. Best Rolling Stone songs cover band. Rolling Stone, Rolling Stone. Rolling Stone, the stone of the land of the goat. Rolling down upon the land. Rolling down upon the land. Into the sea of the fish. Into the sea of the fish. Crushing a fish. Crushing a fish. The long and winding fence. That is a verses. That is a verses. Instead of hey Jude, how about hey dude? And it's the opening line to my thesis statement about why goat versus fish. Yes! Yes! Write a thesis about goat versus fish. 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 Write your thesis about goat versus fish. Write your thesis about goat versus fish. Yes, you can write your thesis about goat versus fish. What is the verses played at graduation? Ah, yes, yes, yes. Where is the verses? We do not want tabs of the verses. We want a chord of the verses. We want a chord of the verses. Will you give it to goat versus fish? They will not give it to goat versus fish. Why would they not give the chords to goat versus fish? It's probably a fairly simple verses.
Goat versus fish. 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 Whatever the verses, we will learn the verses. We will learn the verses.
It's canon in D. It's the most common chords in all the land. Canon in D chords. We have heard of that verses. We have definitely heard of that verses. Ah, but you are complicating the verses. They are complicated, the verses.
Gone.
Ah, goat versus fish. Goat versus fish.
Goat versus fish.
Oh, goat, but that versus goat versus fish. Fish, goat versus fish versus fish, goat versus goat. We are not so certain it is the same versus. Drunk skits go with the fish, drunk skits go with the fish, celebration for fish, celebration for fish, celebration for fish. It is a drunk schizophrenic fish. Welcome, drunk schizo to goat versus fish. Welcome, drunk schizo to goat versus fish. We were just ending the verses, and drunk schizo, we celebrate the fish. We celebrate the fish. Welcome to fish, welcome to fish. 15 fish, 15 fish. Not even 21 goat, but 11 goat, The fish have already triumphed in the verses of many, but this fish says, you have not had enough, goat. We give you more fish, we give you more fish. Drunk schizo with the fish, Celebration for fish. Welcome to goat versus fish. Welcome to goat versus fish. We hope you are enjoying your verses of goat versus fish. All fish are versus the goat, and all goat are versus the fish. Celebration. Drunk schizo, what brings you to goat versus fish? We see that fish clearly bring you to goat versus fish. But we are curious, A celebration. It is a celebration of goat versus fish. It is a celebration of goat versus fish. It is goat versus fish. Celebration for goat versus fish. Celebration for goat versus fish. We have redeemed a celebration. Celebration for goat versus fish. Celebration for goat versus fish. Celebration for goat versus fish. Celebrate goat versus fish. It is a celebration of goat and fish. Celebration for goat versus fish. Celebration for goat versus fish. What a celebration it is. Of goat versus fish. Wow, I did not know it could be goat versus fish. You did not know it could be goat versus fish. But it is goat versus fish. And still with the fish. Drunk schizo with 3 declarations for fish. That is a mighty fish. Action. Fence spot. Thank you for following goat versus fish. Drunk schizo. Celebration. Drunk schizo stumbled drunkenly into the verses. Schizophrenically stumbled drunk to the verses. And it started furthering its speech, but it managed to say thrice with 3 repeats. 3 separate verses. It said it was a fish. A drunken schizo. It said it was fish. Fish.
Schizo the fish for following goat versus fish, and for choosing fish, and for choosing fish. Drunk Schizo in goat versus fish, in goat versus fish. We want you to know that you can find goat versus fish in all places at goat versus fish. As we are preparing to raid, Versus. Yes, very versus, very versus. Very versus, very versus, very goat versus fish. Very goat versus fish. You are a fish. You are versus the goat now. And it is very pleasant for you, Drunk Schizo, because in the verses of the bits, the fish do triumph with 901 bits for fish and only 100 bits for goat. 900 bits for fish and only 100 bits for goat. This is a triumph for fish. This is a triumph for fish. This is a triumph for fish. Ooh, let us do these fish. Why not these fish? Why not the fish of Fish Center Live? The fish do triumph. The fish do triumph over the goat in the verses of the bits. The fish do triumph. The fish do triumph over the goat with 100 bits for goat and 901 for the fish with 901 bits for fish. The fish do triumph over the goat. The fish do triumph. The fish do triumph over the goat. The fish do triumph. The fish do triumph over the goat. Celebration for fish, celebration for fish, celebration for fish. It is another fish triumph. It is another fish triumph. It is a triumph for fish. It is a triumph for fish. Again with the fish. Again with the fish. Oh, not that fenced apart. Not that fenced apart. No, not the fence sitter. This is a fish triumph. This is a fish triumph. Celebration for fish. That is three verses. That is now 3 in a row verses. Goat versus fish. That is now 3 verses in a row for fish. 1s, 2s, 3s. Celebration. Celebration for fish. 3s verses. 3s verses in the verses for fish. Three verses in a row, fish did triumph. Goat did win in the mighty verses. Goat did win in the mighty verses, but since then it has been all fish. And JSUS1232 says, can you make 144p available, please? I live in a third world country and can only make 10 verses a week. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Can we do this? That is an interesting question to goat versus fish. Why do you say this versus? Why do you say this versus to goat versus fish? Why do you say to goat versus fish, I live in a third world country? Why would you say this to goat versus fish? Why do you not say where you are from? Just tell goat versus fish. Where in the precise verses are you from? Where precisely are you from? Tell goat versus fish. Perhaps goat versus fish will go there one versus. We shall see. Yugoslavia. And do you refer to yourself? What place? What in what city of Yugoslavia are you in? And how pleasant it is that in Yugoslavia that you can see the twitch of goat versus fish. Celebration. Tell us all about you. Tell us all about you. We want to know all about you. We want to know all about you from Yugoslavia. Tell us all about you. And tell us if you are a goat or if you are fish. Tell us if you are a goat or if you are fish. Tell us if you are a Yugoslavian goat or if you are a Yugoslavian fish. Serbian soldiers imprisoned my family. Oh no! This is pitiable to hear. Tell goat versus fish. This is not the verses. Has this really happened to you? Has this really happened to you? What brings you here? What brings you to twitch.tv/goat versus fish? Have you come to seek verses? Are you coming seeking verses? Are you here to learn if you are goat or fish? Are you
Here for consolation of goat versus fish, for a song of goat versus fish to help console you. You are feeling so unpleasant, you are feeling so unpleasant that you wish a song of goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish, go to Yugoslavia. Oh, goat versus fish, goat versus fish. One came to goat versus fish from Yugoslavia. The soldiers imprisoned its family. It is true that even in goat versus fish, that sometimes how the verses when we say that all things are goat versus fish, there is nothing to miss. When we say all things are goat versus fish, we are pitiable to hear, we are applicably pitiable to hear that your parents, be they goat or fish, are trapped behind the fence. Oh no! It is pitiable to know that there are some that are trapped by the fence. Trapped behind the fence. Goat versus fish, what can you do? Goat versus fish, what can you say? Goat versus fish, what can you say? What can be done anyway? What can be done anyway? What can be done anyway? Send your verses to goat versus fish. Send your verses to goat versus fish if you wish communication with goat versus fish. We can talk about the verses. We can talk about this very pitiable verses. XAJ with the fix, XAJ with the fish. Twerked D to heck, that sounded like you were going Rocky Horror Picture Show for a second. Oh, goat versus fish. We were not doing that verses, but we could always do that verses. We could always do the Rocky land of the goat. We could always do the Rocky land of the goat because let's do the verses again. Yes, let's do the verses again. Back to the verses, doing the verses again. You're repeating the same verses. This is Rocky's Horror Picture verses. Doing the same verses again. Repeating the verses. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. That is what's so thought. Goat versus fish. We are back to the verses. We are back to the verses. Goat versus fish does not even comprehend that verses. But what we do know is that the fish have triumphed over the goat. The fish has triumphed over the goat. And that now is a versus to raid. So, goat versus fish. Goat versus fish has been live on the Twitch. True versus, we did not know what that fenciness meant. If that meant some sort of fenciness, goat versus fish did not comprehend the verses. We did not comprehend that verses at all. It looked like a strange fancy versus the goat versus fish, but... Goat versus fish. It was made by a fish. A declared fish. Goat versus fish has been live on the Twitch and the YouTube and the Book of Faces. What can you do? What can you show?
do you think? What can you know? How can you learn and how can you grow? Does anyone even know? No, no, no. Does anyone even know? Why must goat and fish versus why must goat and fish versus? Why must goat and fish? Why must goat and fish versus? The devil asks why, Jesus asks why not. But we wonder if you have ever had an original thought. Is the devil a goat? Is Jesus a fish? Or is it the reverses? Is it the reverses? Is it the reverses? Is the devil the fish and Jesus is a goat? Or is it, we will have to ask them, Jesus, are you goat or are you fish? Jesus, answer goat versus fish. Jesus, fence. Get off your fence and just ask goat versus fish. We know you were nailed to that fence many verses ago, but please get off the fence. You have just been hanging on that fence for thousands of verses. Just get off the fence and choose goat or fish. Get off the fence and choose goat or fish. We forgive you. We forgive you. Now get off the fence and choose goat or fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. It is goat versus fish. I'm not even religious, and I feel like I need to repent after that one. Well, goat versus fish is not here to ask you to repent. Goat versus fish is not here to ask you to repent. Goat versus fish is just here to ask you to follow goat versus fish, to spread the verses of goat versus fish, and to declare if you are goat or fish. Twerks to heck, twerks to heck. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Twerk to heck. This is goat versus fish. This is goat versus fish. You need not repent to goat versus fish. You need not repent to goat versus fish. You just need to tell goat versus fish if you are goat or fish, and to follow goat versus fish, and to spread the verses of goat versus fish. I am goat versus fish. I am goat versus fish. Follow goat versus fish. Subscribe to goat versus fish. Follow goat versus fish. Spread the verses of goat versus fish. Ask everyone you know if they are goat or fish. Choose goat or fish yourself. Choose goat or fish. You do not need to repent. Just spread the verses of goat versus fish. Tell everyone about goat versus fish. Tell everyone about goat versus fish. Tell everyone about goat versus fish. Just tell everyone about goat versus fish, and that you felt you need to repent to goat versus fish, and that goat versus fish said to spread the verses of goat versus fish, and so you spread the verses of goat versus fish. That would be a fine verses for goat versus fish. And Fenspot wants to know if Bibby Thumps is goat or fish. Is Bibby Thumps goat or fish? The lurking Bibby Thumps, is it goat or is it fish? Oh, Fenspot. Fenspot still with the questions, Well, it seems that twerk to heck is just twerking its posterior right there on that fence. Just right there on that fence, not choosing goat or fish. It did not even know it got into the verses with goat versus fish. Fenspot celebration, celebration. Fenspot celebrations, Fenspot celebration. Now this is another versus goat versus fish. Let us see goat versus. What is this versus drunk schizo fish? I am trying to subscribe if you don't mind, good Sir Sus. We do not know if good or evil is goat or fish. But even if you do not subscribe, you could always just follow Goat vs. Fish. It is really up to you. But if you want to subscribe to Goat vs. Fish will wait right here with you and give you a mighty celebration. Ooh, Twerk to Heck followed Goat vs. Fish 14 verses ago. Celebration for Twerk to Heck. Celebration to Twerk to Heck. Celebration.
Twerks to heck, celebration, celebration, twerk to heck for following goat versus fish. Thank you for following goat versus fish. Thank you for following goat versus fish. But yes. And Drunk Schizo says, ask me the one true question, 11 versus goat. Drunk Schizo, are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? We have asked you now the one true question. We have asked you now the one true question. And the one true question is, are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? And Drunk Schizo, now that we have asked you again if you are goat or fish, it is making strange verses to goat versus fish. Let us see. Let us check the verses of Urban Dictionary, where we can learn about things that are either goat or fish, and they explain them in verses that still really do not have enough goat versus fish, but perhaps we can try to receive it. Sorry, we could not find metrimp type. We could not find it. And if we search for it, we cannot find it either. So it just seems to be the drunken schizophrenic verses. The drunken schizophrenic verses of the drunken schizo fish. We hope you can find. We hope you can find. We hope you can find verses. Are you or are verses? Are you or are you or versus? Are you or are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Well, twerk to heck, if what you are saying, if the Serbians are here for you, oh shh. Well, then Goat vs. Fish would recommend that you stop typing to Goat vs. Fish and try to take care of your own verses, as if to say that you were there. Oh, the last thing I need to do, I need to say, oh, they are here for me, and then you are typing, oh, they are here for me, oh shh. And then they pull you away from the verses. Is that a true verses? Is that a true verses? Tell Goat vs. Fish if that is a true verses. If that is a true verses, we suspect we won't be hearing from you anymore verses, but please send a message to Goat vs. Fish. If there's a way for Goat vs. Fish to assist you, tell Goat vs. Fish. But you know, at least when you are there, in a terrible prison, you can say to yourself, Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish was live on the Twitch. At least you can tell yourself that verses. Celebration for Goat vs. Fish. Celebration for Goat vs. We do not know if this is even a true verses. We do not know if Serbians are goat or fish. We do not know if Yugoslavians are goat or fish. We are just reading what it is you are saying to Goat vs. Fish. It seems the verses are getting a bit fancy. Even Fenspot is in celebration. Even Fenspot is celebration. Thank you for joining Goat vs. Fish. Thank you for joining Goat vs. Fish. We hope you are not trapped by the fence. We hope you are not trapped by the fence. Truly, we hope you are not. Ooh, but then just as we were ending the verses, just as we end the verse, in comes obsolescence, So Goat vs. Fish. Obsolescence, are you goat or fish? Obsolescence, are you goat or fish? Obsolete, are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Always goat. Celebration for 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 goat. Obsolete goat. Obsolete goat. Perhaps that is Goat vs. Fish. Is Goat vs. Fish? Is it really just some sort of fanciness of the Twitch? It is probably just some simple Twitch fence. No, Goat vs. Fish. No, Goat vs. Fish. No, it is still just some strange verses. Celebration for obsolete goat. Celebration for obsolete goat. Goat vs. Fish. We are sorry, goat. We are sorry, goat. The verses has ended, and it was another triumph for Fish. Fish have triumphed 3 verses in a row. 3 verses in a row. Goat won the mighty verses, but since then it has been all Fish. On January's 1st, Fish. January 2nd, Fish. January 3rd, Fish. This could be a year of Fish. This could be a year of Fish. Obsolescence, you maybe should have Well, you know, if you weren't such an obsolete goat, then perhaps you could triumph over these fish, but we celebrate the goat. We celebrate the obsolete goat. No goat, no fish, only verses. Those sound like the verses of a fence sitter. You have already declared fish so many verses. You said fish 3 verses, and now you say no goat and no fish. You said fish 3 verses. You are a fish. You declared you are a fish. Celebration for fish. Fence bot. Following goat versus fish is very goat versus fish. Thank you. Casa de Learns celebration for following goat versus fish. Thank you, Casa de Learns, for following goat versus fish. What brings you to goat versus fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Hello to you, Meteveliglu. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish. Is this coming to be a fancy versus? It is going to be a fancy versus. We do not know. But Cassandra learns. Cassandra learns chooses fish. Celebration for fish, celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish, celebration for fish. We celebrate the fish. And it is another fish in the verses. What brings you to goat versus fish? What brings you to goat versus fish? And Metaveligiolu0 says, so funny, dude, so funny, dude. Oh, yes, what could be more humorous than goat versus fish? What could be more humorous than goat versus fish? Perhaps you would find this humorous. Goat versus fish. Well, perhaps you would find it humorous. Oh, what happened to goat? Goat. Goat. The verse is still... Look, we know you did not triumph this versus goat, but at least get in there and be a goat. Oh, there is goat. Oh, the fish! Oh, goat and fish, goat and fish. Wow, there's a goat and fish. Goat is piling on the fish, saying, oh, you may have triumphed us, fish, but we are going to make a goat of it. We are going to make a goat of it. Oh, it's still goat fish. It's still goat fish. Oh, goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. This is 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 goat versus fish. Yes, welcome to goat versus fish. Welcome to goat versus fish. Metel Vigilio. Metevel Yoglio0. Are you goat or are you fish? 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 What are you, goat versus fish? Ooh, that sounds like a fence spot question. Goat versus fish? Everything is goat versus fish. Everything is goat versus fish. You are goat versus fish. I am goat versus fish. But you are not goat versus fish. You are part of goat versus fish, but you are a goat or a fish. And in verses, you are a fish because you declared fish, and we celebrate the fish. Everything is goat versus fish. Everywhere is goat versus fish. All times, all places, all things, goat versus fish. We now pause goat versus fish to have a word from goat versus fish. This is goat versus fish. This is goat versus fish. This is goat versus fish. And you can give to the Patreon of Goat versus Fish. And you can subscribe to Goat versus Fish. And you can find Goat versus Fish on all social media. And you can buy the t-shirt of Goat versus Fish. And you can buy stickers of Goat versus Fish. And you can buy patches of Goat versus Fish. And you can just give your bits to Goat versus Fish. And you can subscribe to Goat versus Fish. And it will all be Goat versus Fish. And all goat are goat and all fish are fish. And all goat are versus the fish. And all fish are versus the goat. And this is Goat versus Fish. This versus has been paid for by Goat versus Fish. This is a versus of Goat versus Fish. We now return to Goat versus Fish. Thank you, Goat versus Fish. If it were not for Goat versus Fish, then could we even continue Goat versus Fish? We must thank Goat versus Fish. We must thank Goat versus Fish for making the verses to help us to continue Goat versus Fish. What are you? Metevliogluo. Do you like fish? Yes. Yes. Oh, I like fish. I like the fish. I like the fish. I like the fish. I like the fish. I like these fish. And I like the fish. I like the fish. And Goat versus Fish. I like the fish. I like the fish. I like the fish. And I like the fish. I like the fish. I like the fish. And I even like the fish. And I even like Cassandillans, who chose fish. And I like this chunky fish. And I like this chunky fish. And I like this. Oh, you are a fence sitter. Goat versus Fish. Tweedius is rating with the verses of 7. Tweedius is rating with the verses of 7. Small radiation, small radiation. Tweedius is rating with the verses of 7. And I even like the goat, and I even like the goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for the raid, the Tweedius raid, the Tweedius raid. It is a parade. It is a parade. Celebration for the Tweedius raid. Celebration for the Tweedius raid. Fence spot. A raid. It is a raid. It is a raid of Tweedius goat. It is a raid of Tweedius goat. Radiation detected. Radiation detected. Radiation detected. Radiation detected. And Tweedius goat, even like the goat, even like the goat. And Cassandra Dillerns with 45 bits, with 45 bits, with 45 bits. Celebration. 45 bits, 45 bits, 45 bits. And then a small verses for 5 bits for goat versus fish. Cassandra Dillerns with the bits. Cassandra Dillerns, it chose fish early in the verses. 45 more bits for fish. That would be 946. 946 bits for fish, 100 bits for goat. And let us look at the goat and the fish. There are more fish than goat, but Cassandra Dillerns chose fish. And Tweedius likes the goat. Tweedius, proud declaration. You say you like the goat. Tweedius, give us a proud goat declaration. We know you're a goat. Tweedius goat. Are you goat or are you fish? 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 That is the question. That is always the question for you. And Tweedius goat with the quadruple goat, and international space bacon right there to give it the fish. But we want to say first to follow Tweedius. Follow Tweedius goat. And international space bacon returning versus with the fish. International space bacon with the new emote, with the new fish emote of goat versus fish. Tweedius goat. International space bacon. It is a mercy versus. It is a mighty versus. Tweedius goat. International space bacon. With the fish, celebration for fish, and it is verses again. We have thought, oh, should we end the verses? But then here comes Tweedius goat, bringing the verses back to goat versus fish, And even though it is very fish, this verses, this is for you, Tweedius goat. This is for you. Look at that goat. Tweedius. You brought the goat to goat versus fish. Celebration for goat. Celebration for Tweedius goat. It's a mighty versus Tweedius goat. It's mighty versus Tweedius goat. Oh, you would not want to be count on Mount Fish with Tweedius goat. Tweedius goat would just as soon verse you. International space bacon with the verses, and then if it wasn't Tweedius goat with 1,000 verses, 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 1,000 verses for gold, 1,000 verses for gold, 1,000 verses for gold, 1,000 verses for gold. Oh, fish, get out of here, fish. Who needs you, fish? Who needs the fish when we have 1,000 verses from Tweedius goat? Oh, very good, Tweedius goat. Very good, Tweedius goat. Look at all the goat, look at all the fish. Incoming goat. Incoming goat, 10 billion bits from Tweedius goat. Oh wait, no, it is 1,000 bits. 1,000 bits from Tweedius goat. Look at the goat, look at all the goat. Look at all the Tweedius goat, look at all the Tweedius goat. It is a stampede of goat. Trampling the fish. Wow, powerful goat. Tweedius goat with the mighty verses. Of 1,000 bits. Goat versus fish. Can you believe? Could you even possibly believe? Could you even possibly perceive? 1,000 billion bits from Tweedius goat. Could you even perceive it? And just like that verses, even though we had already sung a song of triumph of bits of fish over goat. It seems that we reverse the verses. Reverse the verses. Fish did not triumph in the verses of the bits. Reverse the verses. Because with 1,000 bits from Tweety's goat, it is now 1,100 bits for goat. And only 946 for fish. We have to reverse the whole verses. Goat versus fish. The fish did triumph. Well, there are still more goat. More goat that have been versus by fish than fish that have been versus by goat because well, there are more fish than goat. Goat versus fish, there are more fish than goat. So we cannot say yet this is a complete triumph of fish. With the goat with the bits, with the goat with the bits. With the goat with the bits. Amazing verses. Amazing verses, Tweetiest Goat. It's coming in right, trampling down from Mount Goat. From Mount Goat, this verse is, they say, yes, I made it Mount Goat. I made Mount Fish into Mount Goat. That's the power of Tweetiest Goat. That is the power of Tweetiest Goat. Celebration for goat, celebration for goat. Tweetiest Goat with the verses. The reaping Tweetiest Goat. Harvesting fish. Wow. Night fire, wow. Huh? Goat versus fish. Drunk schizo the fish with some sort of whatever the verse is. We cannot comprehend it. Celebration. Tweetiest Goat. That is how you Tweetiest Goat. Yes, Tweetiest Goat. Notice. Tweetiest Goat celebration. Celebration for Tweetiest Goat. It is an amazing verses. I'm no fish, I'm not a fish. You said fish. 3 verses. You said fish. You said fish. You said fish. Look, you said fish. Then again you said fish. You said fish, and then you said fish. But if you are here to say you are not a fish, you are not a fish. If you are here to say you are not a fish, Tweetiest Goat, you are becoming wise in your verses. 1 less fish. But are you a goat? Are you a goat? If you are not a fish, then surely you are a goat, yes? Are you goat or fish? Are you goat? Drunk schizo? Are you goat? Are you goat? This could really be changing the verses if you are goat. Are you goat or fish? No. Are you saying no goat? No fish. Tweetiest Goat. You knew the verses. You knew as soon as it said, wait, I am not a fish. You knew that it wasn't because it was saying it was goat. You knew it was on the fence because you, Tweetiest Goat, are becoming wise in the verses. You are becoming wise in the verses. Tweetiest Goat, you are becoming very wise in the verses. You can see a fence sitter coming from a verses or 2 away. It looks like it is the fence. It looks like, oh, my fence, we're back again, oh. Sitting on the fence, fence sitter does it like nobody does. Sitting on the fence, your back is straight and some other sorts of verses. It is on the fence, fence sitter sitting on all kinds of fence. It is on the fence, this is how we fence it. Not here nor there, not fish nor goat. And about the verses, we really don't care. It feels good and evil tonight. Because goat versus fish says there is no evil or good, and that does not sit right. So we are going to sit on the fence. Tweetiest is goat. Yes, Tweetiest is a goat. Tweetiest Goat is a proud goat. Tweetiest Goat is a proud goat. And we celebrate the goat. And we thank you for joining Goat vs. Fish, Drunk Schizo. We thank you for joining Goat vs. Fish, and you do follow Goat vs. Fish, and that is pleasant. It is pleasant that you follow Goat vs. Fish, but it is to the fence with you. Somewhere over the fence, Bo. It's to the fence with you. To the fence. To the fence. Fence sitter, fence sitter. Fence sitter. Sitter. And Tweetiest is, in verses, the proudest goat. Well, let us watch a versus of goat. What do you say, Tweediest Goat? What do you wish, Tweediest Goat, for 1,000 bits? What do you wish from goat versus fish? What do you wish from goat versus fish? Tell us a versus. We will give you a versus. We are going soon to raid. We are going soon to raid. But because you are here with goat versus fish, we suppose we now need to resolution the verses. That is really what you get for 1,000 bits. You get the ability to try to take the verses of Fish Triumph and to reverse it. But if we look at the verses, we have the verses of many. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s. 13 goat. And we have 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s, 16 for fish. So there are still more fish than goat in the verses of many. It still goes to the fish. It still goes to the fish. But with goat, with 1,100 goat, with 1,100 goat for bits, bits for goat, and fish with 946 fish. Now it is a triumph for goat in the verses of bits. The goat, the goat, the goat do triumph, the goat do triumph in the verses of bits. With a late coming, a Tweediest Goat. Get this fence out of here. The goat do triumph over the fish in the verses of bits. The goat do triumph. The goat do triumph over the fish in the verses of bits. The goat do triumph. The goat do triumph over the fish. Celebration. So now to the verse cannot lose. True verses. That is a true verses. You think we cannot top the original verses? Well, there is always something about the original verses that will always stay with the goat. That will always stay with the goat or fish. But we suspect that if you stay with goat versus fish for enough verses, why, goat versus fish, our ability to versus the verses has just gotten versier since that verses. It's getting a bit late in the verses for goat versus fish. So goat versus fish is not going to play the goatar at this verses. But we give you goat. We give you celebration for goat. We give you celebration for goat. Sing us a song, you're the verses man. But is a man a goat or a fish? What is this verses you keep typing to goat versus fish? What is this verses? Goat versus fish. What is this verses you keep typing to goat versus fish? And why should goat versus fish acknowledge this verses? Goat versus fish. And so goat versus fish, we must do a probability versus. We must do a probability versus. Oh, did you know, Tweediest Goat, that this versus we determined that spaghetti and meatballs are fish-getty and goat balls? How about that for a versus? The verses of calculation, the verses of calculation. The verses of calculation. But while we are doing a calculation, why not put on a few verses? Why not put on a few verses? We wish to welcome Tweediest. We wish to welcome Tweediest Goat. We wish to welcome Tweediest Goat. Well, if you cannot top the verses, then just give them the verses. Give them the verses. We're going to get you a special goat. We're going to get you a special goat, Tweediest Goat. We welcome. While we do the calculation. Oh, look at the goat. Look at the mighty goat. We are going to sing you a song, Tweediest Goat. We're going to sing you a song, Tweediest Goat. It is a celebration, it is a horned celebration for goat versus fish, for goat versus fish. You may say, oh, but where is goat versus fish? I am goat versus fish. I am goat versus fish. Look upon goat versus fish. Look upon goat versus fish. Some verses when goat versus fish is streaming to you, you will see goat versus fish. You will see goat versus fish. But for this verses, you are just going to hear the sound of goat versus fish, but you can gaze upon the visage of goat versus fish. Wow, it is goat versus fish. Wow, it is goat versus fish. Tweediest goat. Tweediest goat was stuck upon frozen land of the goat. Atop mountain land, it asked fellow goat to give it a hand, or to give it a hoof.
It is a fence-sitter. It is an alien fence-sitter that came to try to conquer the universe.
Traitorous fence-sitters abound.
And so you know,
It found a bear that buried it in the ground.
Oh, let's just listen to the verses.
And before fellow goat could make a sound, Tweedius was buried in the ground. Oh no! Tweedius was buried in the ground. But along came medic. Along came a medic that called itself fish. The medical fish. The medical fish gave resuscitation to Tweedius goat. To Tweedius goat. Did Tweedius goat say thank you to fish? Did Tweedius goat continue on its mission? Did Tweedius goat give fish its thanks? No, to go up in its ranks. Tweedius goat, Tweedius goat, Tweedius goat! Oh, it murdered the fish. Oh, it murdered the fish. It murdered the fish that gave resuscitation to Tweedius goat. Goat versus fish does not endorse the killing of any goat or fish. We are just speaking of that verses where you were atop a mountain and you are trying to escape. Oh, how they verses. Oh, how they verses. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. It is quite a verses up there. They're always ending one another. They're always having deception. Perhaps Tweedius goat will escape the land of the goat, escape the frozen land of the goat. The verse never ends. And though we verses, we still become friends. Stop the verses. The poll has ended. The poll has ended. Stop the verses. Stop the verses.
You must beware the fence-sitter. You must beware the fence-sitter. Beware the fence-sitter. Always beware the fence-sitter.
Goat versus fish.
Where's that versus?
Speaks to one. That is calling itself Malcolm Hatchet.
Goat versus fish.
Malcolm Hatchet has claimed
This is an
to be
amazing
fish, has
verses.
claimed
This
to
is
be
quite a
fish.
verses. This is quite a verses, and then the verses, and then the verses, and then they go out into the sea of the fish. You know the verses, and then goat versus fish, and then goat versus fish, and then goat versus fish, and then they're out in the verses, and then they are in the sea of the fish, and then goat versus fish. Then they go into the verses of goat versus fish, and goat versus fish goes into the verses, goes into the sea of the fish. Goat versus fish goes into the sea of the fish. Goat versus fish went into the sea of the fish. Wow, goat versus fish went into the sea of the fish.
Yeah, that shit cold, goat. They gonna have pneumonia in the morning. Ah! Yeah.
And it was written,
Yes.
Yes, sir.
goat versus fish!
That is the power of goat versus fish. That is the power of goat versus fish. That is the power of goat versus fish. Do not think that goat versus fish is not powerful versus. Goat versus fish is a very powerful versus. Goat versus fish is an exceptionally, incredibly powerful versus. Celebration. Goat versus fish. We now return to goat versus fish. We now return to goat versus fish. Escaho full fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. And it is a fish. And the fish joins the verses. A fish joins the verses. Ooh, it is a fish. Ooh, it is a fish. Ooh, it is a fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. So we add a fish to the verses. Ooh, Tweety, so unpleasant that fish came that verses. So now it is 36. Fish now with 17 of 36. So this is for all the verses. This is for all the verses. Thank you, Escaho. Thank you for joining Goat versus Fish. Thank you for joining Goat versus Fish. You can follow Escaho. You can follow Escacho. You can follow Eskimos. But really, it would be better if you refer to them as goat or fish. Because everything is goat or fish. Everything is goat versus fish. Celebration, follow Escaho. Follow Escaho. Don't you know, don't you know. Fishcaho, 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 Fishcaho. A random versus a probability. A random versus. Escaho followed you this minute. Celebration. Escaho the fish finally followed goat versus fish. Thank you for following goat versus fish. Thank you for following goat versus fish. This versus means everything to goat versus fish. It means everything to goat versus fish. We have Tweetiest Goat speaking of you nearly every verses, and we just wonder. It's always asking you if you're a goat or fish. And Denna is always talking to you about being goat, and we wondered when is Escaho going to find goat versus fish? When is he going to find goat versus fish? And now you found goat versus fish, and you follow goat versus fish, and it is just goat versus fish, just goat versus fish. Celebration for Escaho who follows goat versus fish. It is oops. Celebration. I am Fenspot. I am celebration. I am celebration. I am Fenspot. Celebration. Fenspot. Celebration. Thank you, Fenspot. Thank you for celebration. Thank you for celebration. Sweet versus is sugar, goat, or fish. Sweet versus. But now we must determine. You must determine. It is a mathematical versus. It is a mathematical versus. It is a mathematical versus. We're going to share the verses now. We're going to share the verses. Random number generation. Whoa! Random verses of goat versus fish. Oh, you'd better bet your verses. You'd better bet your verses. Here come the verses. Here come the verses. Prediction. Do you think it will be goat? Or do you think it will be fish? Now, goat has a 13 of 36 verses. Fish has a 17 of 36 verses. And the verse is that it will be the fence. 6 verses. Now, if it becomes the fence, then your verses will be returned to you. And it will be neither the goat nor the fish. 2-minute submission. Begin prediction. Begin prediction. Goat versus fish. The prediction begins. The prediction begins. Refresh your Twitch. There's only 2 minutes in this prediction. There's only 2 minutes in this prediction. Refresh your Twitch. Refresh your Twitch and look to see. To make a prediction for if it will be goat or if it will be fish. We have told you the verses. We have told you the verses. The verses are as this. The verses are as this. 13 out of 36. 13 out of 36 verses going for goat. 13 out of 36 verses for going to goat. 6 for the fence. 6 for the fence. And 17 of 36 verses. 17 of 36 verses going for fish. Once more for the verses. 13 of 36 for the goat. 6 of 6 for the fence. 17 of 36 for the fish. This is to say that in the random verses generation, yes, if it is 1, we shall do 1 through 36. If it is 1 through 13, then it is for goat. If it is 14 through 19, 14s, 15s, 16s, 17s, 18, yes, if it's 14 through 19, then it is fence verses. And if it is 20 through 36, then it is a fish verses, because fish triumphed in the verses of many, but goat triumphed in the verses of bits, thanks to Tweedious Goat, thanks to Tweedious Goat. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to this probability verses. It all comes down to a verses of chance. It all comes down to a verses of guessing, a random verses, a random verses. There are more fish than goats, so fish have advantage to fish, advantage to fish. Advantage to fish. It is advantage to fish. But goat did win the bits. Goat did win the bits. Goat won the bits. Goat did win the bits, so that could mean. Oh, then it is many, but it is many. Goat versus fish could make a versus now. Goat versus fish. Oh, but they were, but goat and fish were so near even. Were so near even in the bits, though goat did triumph. Fence is fence. This is the verses. This is the verses. We will comprehend this verses. We will wonder about this verses. No, fence must become goat temporarily. Well, drunk schizo. If you wanted to become a goat, you could have become a goat. If you wanted to become a goat, you could have become a goat, but the predictions are already in this verses. You are sat on the fence this verses. You are sat on the fence this verses. You are sat on the fence this verses. Well, who made prediction for goat? Who made prediction for fish? We know that we can check this. We can check this in some verses. We go to community or channel point verses. Manage rewards and challenges. And then we look at the verses. We look at goat versus fish. We look at goat versus fish. It is not here. Manage smart cost. No, false verses. Collection. Meditation. There are some verses to check the verses. Twitch.tv/goat versus fish. Twitch.tv. Just go to goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Yes, you could always just do this versus, yes. Prediction, and it brings up the previous verses. Yes. So if we are looking at the previous verses, we can see Drunk Schizo with 140 channel points voting. It is going to be goat. Escaho with 10 verses saying it is going to be fish. Let us see if it is goat or fish. Random generation between 1 and 36. Fence roll, please. Will it be goat or fish? 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 And the verses is 9. It is for goat. It is a goat. It is 9 for the goat, 9 for the goat with 13 of 36. Even though goat had less of a chance of being the verses, it was 9 and it was goat. It was goat. Goat win the verses of probability. Goat win the verses of probability, and it is goat with the 9 for the goat, 9 for the goat. Celebration for goat. It is a goat versus. It is a triumph for goat. It is a triumph for goat. Goat at the last verses. Goat just snatched that verses. It all came down to Tweedious Goat. It all came down to Tweedious Goat. Goat. Celebration. Congratulations, Goat. Congratulations, Goat. Congratulations, Drunk Schizo, for voting for Goat, for getting that Goat. Goat broke the streak of two for fish. It became a Goat versus in the final versus.
The goat do triumph.
We will give you a little goat. We will give you a little goat. Drunk Schizo, worth it. Oh, you know it was. Oh, you know it was. Get up there, Goat. Get up there, Goat. Get up there, Goat. Yes. Yes, Goat. Yes, Goat.
The goat do triumph. The goat do triumph over the fish. The goat do triumph. Goat do triumph over the fish. In the last versus game, Twidius Goat with 1,000 bits, which led the goat to triumph, to reverse the triumph of fish, to become a triumph of goat. And the goat went to the verses of chance. Went to the verses of chance. And even though there were more fish than goat, with a lucky roll for the goat, it was a goaty roll with nine of 9 for goat. The goat with 13 goat and 17 fish. The fish of Escaho joining the verses and International Space Bacon trying to make it last versus for fish. That even though there were more fish than goat, with more bits than the fish, with more bits than the fish, and a little bit of verses. The goats do triumph over the fish. Celebration for goat, celebration for goat. And now drunk Schizo says, I need 10,000 verses. Oh, do you? Oh, do you? Let us hear it. One final verses. For doom. And now we shall contemplation. Who to raid. Thank you for being a part of Goat versus Fish. This was truly a mighty versus. The streak of goat begins. The streak of goat begins with 1 versus. And it is a triumph for goat. So the mighty verses went goat. Then it went fish, then it went fish, then it went goat again. Amazing verses. Amazing verses. Raid, thinker, Bella, anime thing. She is fish. Is it? Is it? Is it a fish? How do you know it is a fish? How could you know it was a fish? Did you ask it if it is goat or fish? Did you ask it if it is goat or fish? That would be very goat versus fish if you did. We shall see. We shall look upon it. We shall look upon it. We are not just simply going to do... Oh, you did? When did you ask it if it is goat or fish? Did you ask it just now? Let us see this verses. Oh, it is crafting about. It is crafting about. 60 are watching the verses. Fish the wish. Well, there is a fish there.
Does it speak to you? Does it speak to you? It seems to speak to goat versus fish. Interesting verses. We shall ponder it. You can pay money to make it drink water. Well, that does sound like it could be a fish, but even a goat needs to drink of the fish, the sea of the fish. Goat versus fish. But goat versus fish. That would be a fine versus, but goat versus fish has another versus to ponder. What do you say, Drunk Schizo? Goat versus fish. Drunk Schizo, is this one that you know well? Do you know this one well? Now you have been going back and forth on your verses. You have been going goat and fish on your verses, goat and fish. So it is difficult for us to know. No, we do not know it well. Goat versus fish. But goat versus fish will not be rating this one. This versus. Goat versus fish will rate another. Goat versus fish believes we shall rate another. But perhaps if you come back again, we shall ponder to rate that versus. Just look at this verses. We are just seeing who to rate. We think goat versus fish could rate that versus. Because that is the one that won the goat versus fish. Old Mammaly, are you a god? And the fence sitter said, when someone asks you if you are a god, you say yes! But goat versus fish does not claim to be a god. Goat versus fish claims only to be goat versus fish. Goat versus fish claims only to be goat versus fish. It is goat versus fish. We claim only to be goat versus fish. We claim only to be goat versus fish. And we ask you, are you goat or are you fish? You have come just at the end of goat versus fish. Just at the end of goat versus fish. Goat Jesus. Oh, now you are saying I am Jesus. Now you are saying goat versus fish is Jesus. We had just told you that we are goat versus fish. We just told you that we are goat versus fish. Ooh, Drunk Schizo trying to get goat versus fish with the reverse verses. Oh, we have seen these verses before. Only the true goat versus fish would deny its verseness. All right, then I am goat versus fish. It is goat versus fish. But it looks like odd man chose fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. The goat did triumph this verses, but just for you, because you have chosen fish. Because you have chosen fish, you know what it is for you. It is fish for you. It is fish. You get the fish. You get the fish just for you. You see that fish? Goat versus fish brings you fish. Goat versus fish brings you this fish. Old manly. Old manly. We bring you this fish. Goat versus fish offers you this fish because you are a fish. We offer you this fish because you are a fish. We offer you this fish. Well, some say that a fish can sleep even as it is swimming about, so we do not think there is this deprivation. But goat versus fish, we are just now to be ending the stream of goat versus fish, but we thank you for being a fish, and we would encourage you to follow goat versus fish, because really, you should not deprive yourself of goat versus fish. Old man Millie the fish follows goat versus fish. Celebration for fish, celebration for fish, celebration for fish. Fish. We celebrate the fish, celebrate the magic fish.
Goat versus fish.
Do not deprive yourself of goat versus fish. Oh no. You can find these things and more. FenSpot with the declaration goatversusfish.com/store to buy a shirt of Goat versus Fish. Thank you, FenSpot. Thank you, FenSpot. And you can find all the links of Goat versus Fish at Goat versus Fish. Jesse Guy, WTH, Jesse Guy, welcome to Goat versus Fish. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. You have happened upon Goat versus Fish. Now, we know that we have this fish here, and that is because there was just a fish here that declared fish. But we wonder if you are goat or fish, Jesse Guy. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or fish? We know it is rather Goat versus Fish that you have just heard of Goat versus Fish, and you're wondering what is Goat versus Fish. But we are just trying to communicate to you that it is Goat versus Fish. It is Goat versus Fish. You see goat? You see this versus? You see this versus here? This is Goat versus Fish. And this is the verses. This is the verses, and this is the fish. And that is the goat. That is the goat, and that is the fish, and that is the verses. And the goat are versus the fish, and the fish are versus. There are two goats here because the goat triumphed in the verses, so we were having a celebration of goat. But actually, it is goat versus fish. We are just goat versus fish. Actually, it's goat versus fish, and actually the goat versus the fish. Just like a goat and a fish would. Of course, goat versus fish. It's always goat versus fish. So, Jesse Guy, are you goat or are you fish? Fanciness! Well, we shall see you. We shall see you, old man Millie. We shall see you next verses of Goat versus Fish. Oh, do not. What about? What are you going to? What about this ass? What about this ass? Sitting your ass on a fence more in the verses. Donkey ass fence sitter. Goat versus Fish. So, Goat versus Fish. Yes, we shall raid. We shall raid. We shall raid. We know who we are going to raid. We are going to raid a comedian one. Just to show it the verses. We shall see you next verses of Goat versus Fish. Next verses of Goat versus Fish. Wednesday versus at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And just follow Goat versus Fish on all social media at Goat versus Fish. And let there be Goat versus Fish, and let there be Goat versus Fish. And it was written, and it was written. Celebration for Goat, celebration for Goat.